Okay. Anyways, we're about 20 minutes into the stream. I think it's time. That's enough stuff to talk about Lima, I think. So let's talk about the patch. All right. Clarification, of course. I haven't read through any of this yet. I don't know anything about Muerta yet. I see a couple small spoiler things here and there, but I haven't seen much. I just know that the patch is not massive. And I already assume that I can make an assumption why that's happening. Probably because DPC starts in a couple days. So, yeah. All right, let's start. Welcome to the 7.32a patch notes stream with Purge. 32e, excuse me. Let's dive into Muerta first and see how cool she is. She's got guns, so naturally she will be a carry. It says carry, nuker, disabler. Dead shot fires a ghostly trick shot at an enemy unit or tree. When the bullet strikes, it damages and briefly slows, then ricochets in the targeted direction, so it's probably vector targeting. The ricochet damages all units that it passes through, stopping when it hits a hero. Heroes hit by the ricochet are feared away from the impact. So up to 300 damage. Okay. And then the ricochet fear duration is up to 2 seconds. The slow is 100% for half a second. And the cooldown is pretty good. It looks damage, cooldown, mana cost very similar to the first skill on Void Spirit in terms of what it does. It's basically a disable that does damage. It's vector targeting, costs very similar mana. It does more damage than Void Remnant does. Is that what it's called? Okay. Astral Remnant? Astral Spirit? I don't remember. So it has to bounce off an enemy unit or a tree. And what's the range? It doesn't really say. So my assumption is that you cannot target it on the enemy you're trying to hit, and that it doesn't like shoot off from my target. It doesn't like hit somebody on the way through and bounce. You can't double hit with this, right? Is it weird that she's an anti-hero? I didn't even know she's an anti-hero. Let's read the other ones. Summons a group of 4 remnants that slowly circle the target location. Enemies within the area slowed and have reduced attack speed. Revenants deal damage and silence enemies as they pass through them. Duration is 10 seconds. 30% slow, up to 60 attack speed slow, 3.5 second silence, 30 second cooldown. So it's like an AoE silence, kind of like Ricky, but I'm guessing the spirits are on the outside, and thus they only do damage if you try to exit or enter the circle. But you're slowed, so basically it's kind of like an offensive version of Magnetic Field on Arc Warden. 180 damage. Wait, they deal damage and silence as they pass through them. It's not on the inside. The inside are slowed and reduced attack speed. The remnants deal damage and silence as they pass through them. So if you get hit by a remnant, you take damage and you're slowed or silenced. But if you're inside, then you can't fight. So you would put this on an area like an enemy carry to get attack speed advantage. And then if they try to escape out of it, they take damage and they're silenced. Okay, that makes sense. Gunslinger, passive. Ooh, good for ability draft. Have attacks have a chance to fire a second shot at another target. Prioritizing heroes. Cool. This is a really fucking cool passive. So it's kind of like a passive like Gyros. Kind of dangerous to get in the laning stage. But it prioritizes heroes, so not that bad, actually. Really cool passive. Just a mega fucking steroid, basically. Really. I mean, if there's multiple heroes, you're getting a 50% damage increase. Really cool passive. I like that a lot. Pierce the Veil transforms, becoming immune to physical damage. All of her attack damage is dealt as magic damage, and she gains bonus attack damage and phased movement. She can attack ethereal units, but deals no damage to magic immune targets. So that means if you utilize Pierce the Veil and somebody uses BKB, then she just can't damage you. It's very interesting. I'm sure you guys have already played this out a little bit and seen like what itemization is like in pro games. Or in pub games, but it just sounds like if she pops her ulti, you just pop BKB and you take no damage. She also can't be attacked. Okay, which is fine. Like, yeah, she's. It can't be dispelled, so it's like an 8-second Ghost Scepter. So magic damage is pretty good. at a certain point in the game, you just do way more damage with magic damage, especially against your like typical agility carries. So it's kind of cool that she's picked because it gives you like another hero that you can pick against like your Morphling TB type heroes. Drow Ranger is obviously the most obvious because you break their passive armor. The duration takes 0.35, and the bonus attack damage is 50 to 100 magic bonus damage, which is magic. Okay, very cool. Obviously, there's some nice counters. Oracle would be very good against her. You just put your W on her or the person she's trying to attack, and they would take no damage. So kind of cool. All right. Talents. Strength or deadshot damage. Is that the first skill? Yep. That's a lot. Damage or deadshot cast range. Deadshot charges or the calling summons 2 additional revenants. Okay. And then Gunslinger chance or magic is... Oh. I mean, is she ethereal? So she takes bonus magic damage, right? Gunslinger chance. Let's demo her. God, it feels weird to use a computer. All right. Feared enemies are phased and unslowable. It'll travel 1.5 times the cast range. Can ricochet off magic immune targets. Feared enemies phased and unslowable. Okay. This one has no alt text. Oh, if there's no other units in range, she fires both guns at the original target. Oh, I didn't even see that. Secondary shots can hit units within Muerta's attack range plus 150. Can hit units within Muerta's attack range plus 1. Okay. Secondary shot can trigger attack modifiers. Cool. Dodge projectiles. Cannot attack buildings while transformed. Okay, yeah, that would be broken. Other ethereal effects will not stop Muerta from being able to attack. So, okay. Okay. Oh, it kills the tree too. Alright, just to confirm, it does not hit twice. Okay, yeah, it just hits once. So her 295, her base, oh, I'm level, what's her stacking? Our stacking's actually amazing. 3.3 int, 3 agility, 2 strength. Her stacking's really fucking good. So the problem with most agility heroes, or most int-based carries, is that they don't have good agility gain. So her having high agility gain is really good. An item that usually solves this for most int heroes that want to be cores is you buy a Witchblade. Because it gives you kind of everything you need. It gives you attack speed, which you're missing from low agility. It gives you armor, which you're missing. And it gives you projectile speed, which is also helpful. And then obviously it also gives you damage that scales as the game continues. So an item like Witchblade can be quite good with this hero. Speaking of which, let's see. It did not apply the Witchblade. Okay. So if I put this here. Okay, I see. So he's slowed, but, you know, he could... Can I get hit 4 times? So I could get hit every time. Okay. Right, just to confirm. 1, 2. Okay, so it can hit you every time. Okay, good to know. That's a really big AoE though. And then I could just do something like this. Oh, cool. That makes sense. Oh, okay. So that's the broken. That's where. Okay. So that's where it gets really broken. Is you want to force them into the calling things. Slow them, and as they're running out, you dead shot them into the exact same angle that the spirits are running. That way, they run through them multiple times, which makes sense. I see the double hit. Yeah. Animations are really good. I love the colors. I like that our model's like small and like kind of unnoticeable. You know, it's cool. Okay. Okay. Dead shot damage. It passes through creeps if I want it. Oops. Cast range. Cast range is pretty good already, but I can't help but assume that 25 damage is just better. 2 charges, 2 additional revenants. I want to see what that looks like. Cast range on this looks kind of nice, to be honest, but it's gonna up the damage a lot with the slow duration. 2 dead shot charges is probably really sick though, because then you could do that twice in a row. And then magic resistance late game. Okay, and then one other thing I want to see. So yeah, I don't take bonus magic damage. So just Axe as an example. This you actually I do less damage when I'm transformed because Axe doesn't have much armor. But, you know, if he's got something as simple as like a plate mail, it's gonna be different. Yeah, now he's got 43% physical resist, so this would increase my damage. Immune to physical damage, detect missiles magic, bonus attack and phase movement. Can attack ethereal units. No damage to magic immune targets. Okay. On her kind of cape gets all freaky. Okay, cool. So, I saw a lot of people tweeting about Mjolnir on her hero, which kind of makes sense because you are farming, right? So, you're a ranged carry, so you want to be able to increase your attacks, your farm speed. Treads is probably the way to go on a hero without a doubt. Phase could be okay if you're dealing with like a lot of physical damage, but because her base movement speed is a bit weak, maybe it's wrong. Because this skill is always going to scale well with attack speed, so you kind of just want to get treads. So it's probably treads every game. You could definitely buy yourself Wraith Bands if you really want them, but your agility's okay. But yeah, Wraith Bands I think would be solid. I don't know how much you're spamming mana on these skills, but because your int gain is good, you probably don't need a huge amount of mana regen. Maybe you just get by with something like a Falcon Blade. This is like the perfect int hero item in a lot of ways anyways. It solves your HP problem. It gives you some mana regen. It gives you some damage. It might be overkill, but I could see people just going like Falcon Blade treads, maybe a Wraith Band or some shit, and a wand. Some shit like this would be like your starting early item. Then they go Maelstrom because it's going to give you farm speed. If you really want to, you could go a Witchblade build. Maybe it works, but if you're playing like mid or something, but this does look a lot like a carry build to me. But you definitely could gank from mid lane. It's definitely possible. Like max out these 2 skills really early, go gank a side lane. I don't even know if I would get Gunslinger early game. It's probably worth it. I mean, it's a 20% damage increase. It's worth it. It's a 20% damage increase. That's like a standard crit value. And it's going to help you push a little bit. So yeah, and I saw people tweeting like her going Mjolnir, which is probably fine. More attack speed, but at some point you're going to have to buy BKB. She definitely has vulnerability in that she's not super high HP, and she also doesn't have mobility. So I actually like that aspect of her. Like almost all the Dota heroes have had mobility in the last couple of patches, but she does not have it. She actually just doesn't have it. So she might need some kind of, like you'll need to defend yourself basically, whether that's BKB or Shadow Blade or something like that. Speaking of which, let's do... I want to see a dummy target. 391. Why did I do so much? Oh. Well. How can we test this? I need 100 damage basically. I'll just buy like 2 of these. Oh, I double crit. Fuck me. Did it again. All right, 496 or 476. 476. I couldn't tell. I mean, it's reduced. What I need to do is give this guy a little armor to really make it easier. It's going to be too much. Does he have agility? I want the physical resist to be about 25. Okay, that looks about 25. Okay, 270. Wait, I did that wrong. Okay, 346. These are about 100 damage, is why I did it. So it's about the same, right? So it looks like you do get the Shadow Blade damage as magic, which I guess makes sense. It says bonus physical, but it probably is the same as like... It doesn't show here. Anyways, it works. You can BKB during ult. Are there really no in-game sounds, truly? Okay, there's probably some fucked up settings. Sorry, one sec. I was worried that this would happen, actually, with my... Because last time I streamed, there was, like, some Windows setting audio stuff that was fucked. Sorry about that. Volume mixer. I feel bad. Sorry about that, guys. They're set correct over here on Windows. Q is good for separating LD and Bear. Yeah, that makes sense. Desktop audio device not connected or available. Why is it not the default? Test.
In the right moment.
Like why? I don't know why it was like that. Anyways, here's what her sounds sound like. Yeah, anyways, you get the Maelstrom for a little bit more magic damage and some AoE. So what's going to happen basically is with time we're going to figure out like what builds are too greedy. But right now people are going to go Mjolnir because it's fun and it's kind of synergistic, right? The problem is that if you go all magic damage, then what's going to happen is you're not going to do... It's going to be easier to build against it. You just need Glimmer Capes and, you know, things like that. Because realistically, that's actually one of the easy things about playing against this hero is that if you want to beat her and she has vision of you, you literally just have to use Glimmer Cape and she will not fucking kill you during her ultimate. So
will there be axes?
So if I just do if I have a sentry down, for example, and I do this, 70% magic resistance. So literally all you have to do is use a Glimmer Cape when she's killing you, and you have 70% magic resistance. Like, it's insane. He goes from 40% magic resistance to 70. So you're halving her damage when the Glimmer is active on you, which is kind of mega good. So if you use Glimmer and you just don't, and you stay invisible, even if she sees you, you're still countering her. So that would be how good would Witchblade be good on her? How good would Witchblade be good on her? It would be very good, without a doubt. It gives you attack speed, it gives you armor, gives you projectile speed, it adds damage and another slow. It's a good item. But if you're playing carry, it's probably just better to go Maelstrom because it'll increase your farm speed. But if her skills feel okay at farming, like God, this hero's really slow. Oh, only enemies. Like if I have enough mana regen where I feel like I can farm with simply just having this skill, then it's not a big deal. A lot of people that are new to heroes, they often buy like Dragonlance on this hero, but generally that's not going to be good, I would say, because it doesn't give you, it gives you attack range, which is good, but agility and strength are just okay on this hero. Like it's better you buy a Dragonlance on like maybe OD because attack range is low, but hers is 575. It's fine. You'll buy it on Enchantress because she does damage the farther away you are. But most int heroes don't like buying this item. Like maybe you get a Hurricane Pike, which is better if you really need it, but you're probably better off going heavier damage. And if you go Deso, it's not going to be good because it's going to, like, yes, it will do physical damage, but it lowers their armor, which means that it doesn't actually, once you transform, it's not actually much better. The best neutral item on her, without a fucking doubt, is going to be Grove Bow. If it's still in the game, if it's not removed, this one. Attack range, attack speed, and it lowers their magic resistance by 15%. So basically, Grove Bow will amplify all of your damage by 15% when you transform, which is going to be fucking insane. Grove Bow is mega good. Something like a Veil would be good too, because Veil is also going to increase your damage. Like, you could legitimately buy Veil on this hero, and it's probably fine, because it's going to increase all of your damage by 18%, which is mega good. I guess technically Deso is kind of similar, but better if you think about it. Because Deso gives you 50 damage, and it lowers their armor by 6, which is like 30% damage increase or something. So maybe Veil is bad. But if one of your supports buy Veil, if you have a Muerta on your team, it's only going to be good. Basically. Something like that. Veil says damage from spells. Would that work from an ulti? Maybe you're right, because it's not magic resistance anymore. Okay, let's test it. I guess it won't work then, because it's just magic damage.
There's always more to shoot.
It's easier if we just change what hero this is, and then go back to restart. That way I can. What are the? Okay, and I'll just level up to 6.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You're probably right because it's spells. Okay, you're right. I think.
Knew it would fit.
54. It's like 55 damage per hit.
A revelation.
Yeah, it's the same. You're right. Okay, so it doesn't actually increase your damage. You have to lower their magic resistance to do that. So E-Blade would work, but because that'll lower their magic resistance. But I mean, you could go like an E-Blade build, like a Witchblade E-Blade build would be there's probably lots of really fun ways to play this hero. If you did this and then you went like E-Blade or some shit. The problem is that the Kai is kind of bad. It gives you mana regen. It's probably not the worst, but
I miss.
So I did like 1,300 damage just with this. Pretty good. So this means you do 40% more damage, basically. Are there any other ways to lower magic resistance? I don't think so anymore. There's a lot of neutral items that do it, but that's about it. I think those are the main ones. Definitely neutral items, though. I'm gonna spoil myself. Ceremonial Robe, basically. Actually, don't see any new neutral items. Ceremonial Robe would do it. I'm probably missing someone else. But yeah. Okay. Veil. Like we clarified earlier, Veil doesn't actually lower magic resistance anymore. It just increases the damage you take from spells. They did that to make Veil work better with heroes that don't do magic damage, that might do physical damage or pure damage, which was a good change, but unfortunately for Muerta, it won't actually make her stronger. But it's fine. E-Blade's the main one. You could pair Muerta with like Pugna really easily to do a lot of damage, for example.
Have I stalked these lands?
Okay. So, that sounds good. Yeah, Maelstrom, Mjolnir builds, BKBs, Shadowblade or Blink you'll need at some point because you don't have any mobility. And then traditional, you can basically just buy traditional damage items. Yeah, Daedalus to do more damage kind of shit. Hurricane Pike for mobility. And then these like items are pretty decent options for late game situations because you're going to scale really nicely. Scotty, yeah, could definitely work. Yeah, all these items. Just traditional. The nice thing is that you can basically buy physical damage items and you don't have to think about your build that much. So her ulti just makes her build simpler to play because you don't have to be too careful with what items you buy. You can just buy items that fit on Interos. Mid game, Dragonlance, Maelstrom. I don't know if I believe in this personally. It's probably overkill. I'd almost rather buy like a fucking drum or something. Drum runs out of charges, I guess. So that's bad, but this gives you attack speed. Drum kind of gives you attack speed. I don't know. Carries don't really buy drums, I suppose, these days. Could you do like a Yashikaya or something? The problem is that you don't really want Spell Amp on this hero. Spell Amp is like legit bad. It's a trap on this hero. It's lowering their magic resistance is far better. Like I'd much rather you buy an E-Blade than you buy like Sanjkaya or some shit. Or Yashikaya. It's like actually isn't good. It doesn't give you that much int. It gives you Spell Amp, but your hero isn't about dealing damage with spell damage. Your hero is about dealing raw physical damage that becomes magic damage. So something like a Yashikaya is actually just not good. So even like the Mjolnir is a little bit overkill actually. It's actually not that good, in my opinion.
Your middle tower
'Cause the problem is
under
that
attack.
You're just adding more magic damage to your hero, but you just need a Maelstrom to farm, basically. You don't need a Mjolnir. Because it's better to go like Maelstrom plus Daedalus. That's why like these are showing up. You need, see, it's like utility and magic immunity and damage. It's utility and it is raw damage. Utility, survivability, raw damage. Mjolnir's not good, actually. I think. Because, like, okay, sure, the jump procs are going to do magic damage when you're piercing the veil, but, like, you could do that with raw damage. You know? Like, this probably does more damage. For example, this probably does way more damage when you're ulti transformed than a Mjolnir does. Because this crit chance is amplifying all of this damage here. Whereas the Mjolnir only gets like slightly better. So it's probably not good to go Mjolnir. But to go, you've seen people do it. Do Gleipnir for the E. I mean, Gleipnir is fine. The E as in Gunslinger? Sorry, mine are WERT, so you probably mean like QWE, Gunslinger. Like, you could definitely do Gleipnir. Like, Gleipnir is cool with this skill, for sure. If I do, like, this or something, and do this. Like, that by all means, that's good. But I don't think Mjolnir's good. I imagine that Maelstrom is totally fine to give you more farm speed. But I don't think Mjolnir is probably good. I'd probably leave it Maelstrom until later.
Go.
Mithril Hammer? What do you mean Mithril Hammer? What about it? Meteor Hammer? Definitely not Meteor Hammer. Almost certainly. Like, you can probably do it, and yeah, it does magic damage, but you don't need this item. Meteor Hammer is good if you're bad at sieging towers. She's not bad at sieging towers. She has a 50% chance to like attack twice towers. Meteor Hammer is good if you can't kill creeps very easily. She can kill creeps totally fine with a Maelstrom or with her basic skills. And if you have a good stun setup that allows you to chain the stun, it can be good. She could do it with Deadshot probably, but it's not going to be simple or reliable. So like Meteor Hammer is just straight up not good. Unless you're a support or some shit. DPS almost exactly the same between Daedalus and Maelstrom and ulti. She struggles at attacking enemies and ult. She's very easy to kite. Hate those X necessary. She has no attack speed mid game. Feels bad with no speed. Okay, sure. Yeah, I would agree that like attack speed there would be good.
I'll make the most of it.
Mask of Madness.
I'm
I mean, you can also solve this with like Witchblade type items too. It's obviously not perfect, but like this is quite a bit. This is like quite a bit of attack speed. Does not lifesteal with Mask of Madness? Really? I don't think you would break two people silver. It's probably whoever gets it. Yeah, Bloodstone could work as like a lifesteal item. I mean, not lifestealing during the ulti isn't like ideal, I guess, but is it better to build around magic damage? You don't really have to build around magic damage. You should build probably physical damage items. Like E-Blade is still going to be amazing, of course, but yeah, the whole BKB thing sounds goofy. Because basically, if you pop your ulti, they BKB, then you need to basically survive until their BKBs are over. And then you need to re-engage with your ulti being gone. So it's, but she doesn't have very good poke and escape, so it's probably kind of hard. Yeah, that sounds like a little bit weird to play her carry mid game. It's not going to be as straightforward because most carries just like they pop BKB, I pop BKB, and I try to kill them. You know, being a right clicker loses BKB is bad design. I don't agree. I get why you say it's bad, but it doesn't make the hero design bad. It just makes her different, and I think that's good. Like I think that's exciting personally. Mask of Menace if you want to gank more. I mean, you could farm faster with Mask of Menace. I don't know. Something like Witchblade I think might just be fine, but it's probably not enough HP. Realistically, I would probably go like Falcon Blade. Probably max Deadshot first. You can max Gunslinger second if you want to increase your farm speed. Because this doesn't really go up in damage at all. It doesn't, so skill's pretty expensive. So I'd probably go like this into this. Again, maybe a Wraith Band. You probably don't need the Null Talisman. Especially if you have Falcon Blade, you probably don't. I imagine. This is kind of expensive. I don't know, maybe a Null Talisman. Probably a Wraith Band, though. And then like a Wand or some shit. It creeps a while. Hero's bad? Really? Manta? No, you would not do Manta on this hero. I don't think. Definitely, almost certainly not. Your illusions aren't going to do any damage because you don't have like an abundance of agility. And do you get Gunslinger passive? Probably. Yeah, you do get Gunslinger passive. That's the only good thing about it. But the damage these do is like so little, it's not going to be worth it. It's not going to be worth it. Yashikaya. Game is a bit loud. I could just stop attacking for times. Does Manta work in ult? Probably not, because they won't have Pierce the Veil, so it's probably not good. Manta's just straight not good. Viable position 4 for her? Aether Lens makes a Deadshot work stay so far. Yeah. If I'm a support, I don't know. I don't think she's a great support, guys. She's just not. She's not going to be a 5. I don't think. I mean, maybe it can work. It's going to be Sven-like though, in that like you're ranged, so it's better. But the problem is that she's kind of slow. She's 295. Her Deadshot's okay. Like you can ricochet people into towers and shit. Like that part's kind of cool. But I don't think her ultimate is going to be that amazing as a support. It's literally just damage and like you could use it to like counter some physical carry that tries to kill you. That part's cool. You could use it defensively to protect yourself. But at some point, the primary issue with it is that you need to scale with item. Like you need to start buying items that do something. Maybe you could just buy defensive items and that's enough. But I feel like the impact of her 2 skills, and is literally just her 2 skills. The impact of her 2 skills is not enough to make her a viable support, is what I'm feeling. It's just not enough. Her cooldowns are too long. She has to be a core, I feel like. Like, she'll be fine in the laning stage. She'll be okay in the mid game, but when it gets late game, I don't think she's going to be that effective. Because it's only going to fear one hero, right? Because it stops on a first hero. How amazing is her passive ability? It's amazing. Yeah, this is a great... I'm excited for this in ability draft. It's really fun.
I'm there.
Good early mid, yeah, exactly. But late game, she's going to be shit. So, people play her as the support to fuck around, but like... Unless you transition into like a Gleipnir or something, or like into a farming support, I just don't see her working. Undispellable Ghost. It is. Yeah, that part's good. Like, you'll be able to protect yourself against physical carries, but like other heroes will just fucking kill you, and you have no ability, and all you can do is cast spells. Like, I just don't see her. She's not good without farm. Diffusal Blade?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Interesting idea. It is 10 int, so it's actually not that bad on int cores. The slow is okay. It's a little bit overkill because Deadshot already seems relatively easy to land. But you could also diffusal. It sounds okay, actually. I would probably rather just buy Witchblade. Personally. What's the cost of this? 2,500. Witchblade's about the same. I'd probably rather you buy Witchblade almost always. It's just better. Better stats. Without a doubt. This is 15 attack speed, 2 armor. This is 6 armor, 35 attack speed, and it gives you more int, and it does more damage.
Yes.
But like, I don't know, this is kind of cool to like, if some guy's running away, I can do like,
I know this
can do some shit like this. I did that too late. I needed to like, oops, I missed it. Like it's not good. It's not good. Witchblade is just infinitely better. The only place it's slightly good is with Gunslinger because you're getting more attacks off. That's the only way that it's better, is Gunslinger. And if you ulti, I assume this does physical damage. It probably does physical damage, I imagine. Because the mana break does physical, but it's not needed.
It's what not
DPS comparison between what? Diffusal and Witchblade? Like, Diffusal's better physical damage. Single target, yes. When they have mana, no doubt about it, because it's 40 physical damage. So it's basically like a 50 damage item, Diffusal Blade. But But compared to Witchblade, it's just going to be better. Witchblade's going to be better in almost all other ways.
I'm there.
Feared targets can't be slowed also. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, that makes it even worse. For
Yes.
Find the right moment.
Yeah, you're right. I see. That makes it slightly harder to use. Okay, cool. Witchblade also. What would I like as a future shard or Aghanim? I don't. I'd have to play her first. It's too early for me to know. Probably something that gives her utility in support roles is almost certainly what she would need. Because right now she is basically only viable as a core outside of the early game. So, something like that.
Endless road.
The diffusal damage is also magical and all. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. I don't think it's worth it though. It's almost certainly not worth buying. There's just going to be better items.
Because I say.
Think she'll be a better mid?
I'll make the most of it.
I
Yes,
think
fine.
she's probably a better carry than mid, but I definitely want to try her mid.
Death
I already
comes.
tried with ulti. Yeah, Maelstrom is just going to be better, yeah, for sure. Because it'll give you farm. Like, Diffusal Blade doesn't increase your farm speed is the other problem. Because it doesn't give you AoE damage. It just gives you single target damage. But she doesn't have enough AoE necessarily, so Maelstrom's just straight up better. Almost certainly. The only person that where there's maybe an argument for like Maelstrom versus Diffusal is like Wind Ranger when using Focus Fire. In some ways, Diffusal is better. More single target damage, burns their mana really quickly, which removes their utility, but it doesn't farm. But it's still, you know, Wind Ranger's still kind of shit. Anyways.
Find the right moment to strike.
Okay, I think we've spent enough time talking about Muerta. That was about 40 minutes. Witchblade mid, Maelstrom carry. Yeah, I would probably do something like
You
that.
don't come for death. Death comes for you.
If you shoot a creep with Deadshot, does that creep take the 300 damage? That's my last question. Weird, a lot of people are playing Dota right now. Oh, look. What happened? Muerta. There's a minigame coming. March 6th. Is that 2 days ago? I mean, that was when the patch came out, right? Turbo mode improvements. Oh, some flowers. Oh, do you guys want to look at my battle report? No, we'll look later. Let's click here. Should I click here? Yeah, she is a simple hero. I think that's good. Death the Dead. Let me see them skills, bro. Oh, she did take the damage. So if I bounce it off an enemy hero, they do take the damage. Okay, that's a good one. Oh, he was low. Not exactly good for pushing creep waves. It's okay. It's more like the silence. Yeah, the passive. Very cool shit. This person has a Deso, which is factually not very good. So the Deso like stops being good as soon as you ulti. It's maybe not the worst, but oh, good, another hero that can counter a hero that's terrible. Excellent. All right, Reckoning minigame. Muerta needs help getting the right warm bodies and the right fresh graves. Oh my god. Assign target before every Dota game during the Dead Reckoning event. Score points for kills and assists, but watch out your opponent's out for your blood too. Whoever scores more gets twice the reward. Okay. Score points and earn flowers. Score more points than your target to increase your haul. Trade your flowers for chests. And keys, you buy the keys. Okay, so this is kind of similar to the Halloween one. Treasures, keys, etc. Is this really the IO set? I saw somebody tweet about this. Very cool sets. It's like Dia de los Muertos makeup. It's like Aztec themed stuff. Oh wow, a set for the persona. That's cool.
Hooray!
Expired gun. Viper. Some nice wallpapers. Oh, very cute. Okay, uh-oh. How do I get out? Oh no, I have to navigate this weird website. Ugh. How do I go back? How do I go back? Can't go back. All right, don't click any more wallpapers, guys. Oh. I speed read everything, guys. It's over. All right, wallpapers. Dive into the data. We have ads in about 6 minutes, by the way, just to warn you guys. Elevate and evaluate your game directly with advanced battle stats directly in your profile. Dota Plus members now have access to the revamped real-time gameplay analytics. Interesting. Interesting. Excited to check that out. Customizable quick casting. Can now individually assign which unit-specific abilities and items are triggered using key press or release. Okay. I'm into this. I actually could use this. I could definitely see myself use this. Because what's scary to me is that if I enable quick cast, I just feel like... And I could be wrong here. Maybe I'm just completely wrong. But I'm scared that if I turn it on, it's just like everything's fucking quick cast all of a sudden. And it's like too much change too instantly. And I feel like I would be better to like slowly quick cast things that I feel comfortable with. But not everything. Blink Dagger on release is Pog. Is it really that good? I guess so, because I don't have to click. It just does it. But I know that quick cast is better. That's what everybody says. Unit specific hotkeys and enable quick cast for abilities and items. So I could do it for some items, but not all, which isn't a bad idea. Because some things like blink, having to blink, left click, then cast a spell, left click is like a lot of shit to do. Instead I could just be like 4R or something, you know. Could be a lot better. Friends list improvements. Good. I can favorite people. We'll accept money to be favorited on my friends list, guys. Very ready. Okay. The biggest change in the game, turbo mode changes. Look, I haven't played a lot of turbo, guys, in my life. But when I have, I did not have a good time, mostly. It was like it's kind of okay, but there's a lot of negatives, all right? Turbo mode is increased in popularity. Want to make sure we're doing all we can. Yes, it could be better. All hero selections are now blind. I think that's really good. Counter picking is obnoxious. Remove penalty phase when picking heroes. Tentatively picked. Okay, so it's like if you select hero, but you haven't clicked select yet. In the hero, so you get random if somebody already took that hero. Okay. Null, Towel, Wraithband, Brace will double the bonus at 12 instead of 25. Okay, that's good. So the game's over by 25 usually. Remove bonus damage to towers from all summon units. Okay, non-summon units like lane creeps, dominate creeps are still stronger against towers. Okay, so pushing is going to be more important with lane creeps and less so just like smashing everything with summons like Nature's Prophet, Lone Druid. Lone Druid and Turbo is insane. Can now earn 2 stars for hero challenges instead of just 1. Okay. That's like your challenges, like use X item X amount of times, I think. Because Turbo was like limited in what you could get from it benefit-wise. Arcana Progress has been updated for the following. Now gives full credit for Echo Slam kills and assists. Tracking for ability chains and combo damage is also enabled. Okay, so basically like you can actually do Arcana Turbo. I mean, part of the reason they didn't have it before is because they didn't want people to abuse the mode to like unlock stuff. But like frankly, at this point, who gives a fuck? Full credit for Sunstrike kills. Full credit for Omni Slash kills. Full credit for hitting heroes with Torrent. Dual victories. Leshrac Staff. What about Ogre Magi? Ah! Maybe Ogre already gives full credit. I don't know. Because the game runs out. What about Wind Ranger? Give Wind Ranger's Arcana some fucking love. All of these are mortals, though. Arcana. Arcana. Some are Arcanas. General updates. Reinforced units now take 10% less damage from player-controlled creeps. Someone is calling me. Likely not important. Someone from Iowa. That's a hard decline right there. Reinforced units are siege creeps, I think. 10% less damage from player-controlled creeps. Affects all summons, like Treants, Eidolons, and dominated creeps, but not creep heroes. Okay, so... yeah, so basically things like Eidolons, Treants, will do 10% less damage than before. So that's going to hurt rat type heroes. Dominated creeps as well. So Lycan, Beastmaster, basically summons who have definitely been too strong for a while. If you look at the win rates, they're almost all at the top. All these like Helmet dominated creeps. So this is going to affect the pro scene for sure. It's not an insane amount less, but it is 10% less. But Spirit Bear, Lone Druid will still do a lot of damage, and the Illusions will still do okay damage. Range creeps are now level 5, which prevents Enigma and others from converting them early. Okay, cool. So a little nerf there. Thank you for the donation. Be your friend. You would never call me. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. So Enigma can only use demonic conversion on melee creeps now, which is going to mean a little less level and gold advantage towards a little bit more advantage towards Enigma's opponents. So nerf to Enigma there, and also prevents your Chens and Enchantresses from taking the range creep if they want to, which means that controlling the creep wave push is going to be a lot harder. If you take away the range, not that it was like something that Chens and Enchantresses always want to do, because what it does is, you know, you lose that gold advantage yourself because you don't get the gold from taking it, you know. But interesting to know. They can convert them later though. Glyph Tower bonus attack range targets. Okay, from 4 to 5. Yeah, this is one thing about glyphing towers that sometimes, if they did have enough shit, it kind of just tanks it all. But adding like one more can sometimes be the difference between the tower hitting a hero or only hitting creeps. So this is only going to be good. Glyph doesn't always stop waves, you know. There's ways to deal with it, certainly, but it could be better. All right. Abyssal Blade. Huge change to Abyssal Blade. The attack damage bonus increased from 25 to 30. Woo. Bloodstone. Blood Pact duration decreased from 6 to 5. Okay. Boots of Bearing no longer has charges. Okay. I'm super into that. It makes the item a lot more appealing. Because usually when I buy this item, I'm just like, oh, gotta only use the charges when it's a good time, you know. But it being a cooldown is just easier for Dota. It makes it a lot simpler. Divine Rapier total cost is decreased by a lot. All right, that'll be some changes to Relic and Demonic Edge, or Demonic, whatever it's called. Mango health regen bonus decrease. Yeah, this is the most broken thing about the item, was that people would just stack them, and it felt so easy to like buy 6, and the HP regen you got was like per stack you were getting 1.8. Buy 6 of those, and you've got like half of a tango going the whole time, which is really good. I believe ads have began. Ad time. Sorry. We will continue. Or should we wait? Give up mangoes by Divine. I have Scotty. Cold attack movement speed slow versus range heroes increased. Ooh. A Scotty buff. This got nerfed a patch or 2 ago, but I mean, ranged cores are really popular as of the last tournament. Like, really popular. So, this is one way to deal with it. Pick Scotty heroes, buy Scotty, and mega slow their movement speed if you can kill them first. Yeah, it's a range core nerf. Exactly. That's what I meant. It's a nerf against those heroes. But all the best heroes in the patch were range carries, basically. All the best carries. Lina, Draw Ranger, TA was popular. Nature's Prophet. Those heroes are all mega countered by Scotty if you can out DPS them. And then it was also the game of picking melee cores against them. Like Ursa. Even Marcy saw some play as a solution against range cores because you could actually kill them. 4 staff mana cost increased. I think that's fine. Make it more costly to use this item on non-supports. Typical supports, that is. Gleipnir. This item was mega purchased at the event. Damage decreased by 40. It's totally fine. And the radius decreased as well. This was fine. This is going to decrease the cast range by 50. So kind of a big deal. And it makes it harder to catch everybody in the fight. And you have to be a little bit more precise with the clicking. And you're less likely to find people like in the trees. So this is like an okay place for it to start. Greaves going to get nerfed. The regen when low has been decreased. And the armor has also been decreased. Hurricane Pike thrust mana cost up to combat or to be the same as 4 staff. Chain lightning damage decreased by 5, which is fine. Not a huge deal. Will decrease your farm speed a bit. Meteor Hammer channel time decreased to 2 seconds. Ooh. Okay. Meteor Hammer back in the menu. So this means that if you have a 2-second stun, or if you have an above 2-second stun, you can definitely Meteor Hammer people now. And if you have about a 2-second stun, you have a good chance of Meteor Hammering. So Meteor Hammer, much, much more viable now. So think of those typical heroes. You could even do some, like, if you're crazy, you could do some, like, Jakiro type shit. That'd be funny. Jakiro Meteor Hammer. Yule's Meteor Hammer Jakiro. It's so fucking not needed. It's so not needed. Because you already have amazing tower push, like, without having to buy Meteor Hammer. And you've already got Disable, and you already can clear creeps, and you have AoE damage. It's so fucking unnecessary. But it's fucking cool if you could combo a Meteor Hammer with an Ice Path while they're being macro powered. That sounds really, really fun. Wind Ranger, yep, Wind Ranger could do it. Wind Rangers is actually okay, realistically, because you don't have very good tower push. So as a support, Meteor Hammer kind of makes sense. Yule's Skywrath? I don't know about that. But yeah, Yule's into Meteor Hammer would be really easy. You could buy Yule's and Meteor Hammer on any hero. I feel like I've never seen people do that before, but it could work. It's just very, like, if there's literally anyone else there, it's not going to work. Nullifier, total cost increased, damage bonus decreased. Nullifier is pretty solid late game item used by pros, so I'm not surprised to see it slightly nerfed. Radiance, wow, big decrease in gold. 4,700 is not much. This used to be one of, like, the most expensive items in the game for a long time, I feel like. That's what it felt like. I mean, Relic, I know Relic cost went down based on Rapier being less, unless they changed that massively. But 4,700 is really not bad. But there are not... Competition for farming items is higher now. There's more items in the game. And a lot of the other ones got reduced costs. Like, you know, Battle Fury, Maelstrom, stuff like that. It's not often that people opt for Radiance over them. And this will still make the item competitive. The damage bonus is not a big deal. So as long as the auras are the same on the item, it's still going to be really solid as an option for your, like, Alchemist type heroes. Revenant's Brooch now additionally grants 60 attack speed for its duration when it's active, and the attacks are now affected by spell lifesteal. Okay, cool. So if you have spell lifesteal, you probably lifesteal off of... Does that mean Muerta can lifesteal using spell lifesteal? If that's the case, something like the Paladin Sword would be quite good on her. You could also buy that item that nobody ever buys, the one that gives you spell lifesteal, but it'd only be good with your ulti. That's probably still okay with Maelstrom. It's probably not bad to go spell lifesteal on her, actually. But yeah, I wouldn't buy Revenant's Brooch on her. It's unnecessary because you already do it with your ulti, most likely. But maybe there's some argument that you could have both. That could work. I mean, I talked about Bloodstone a little bit, and that Muerta could buy it, but it's like overkill. It would give Muerta lifesteal when her ulti's active, but not that much otherwise. And I'd rather you buy, like, if you really want lifesteal on Muerta, I would rather you just buy the basic component, the Voodoo Mask maybe. Although it's much worse than, like, Morbid Mask. Morbid Mask is 18%. But I guess you'd get it from, like, Maelstrom procs and your skill usage and stuff. This is nice. Now that's a window. It's not, like, jumping when I click back in. Relic is reduced in cost by a lot, 3,400 now. Shadowblade now removes invisibility if bonus damage is applied during the fade time. Okay. Because you can basically use invis stuff. If you attack while using them, you can proc it. You can proc the damage, then go invis, and then proc the damage again. Okay, yeah, this is helpful. Most notable examples are Burning Barrage. People were using invis. They would basically, like, use Burning Barrage with Shadowblade and basically do bonus damage with every barrage hit. Ember, Sleight of Fist. So basically these are, like, rare, very rare cases that almost nobody abused, but I had heard about the Clinks one. It's kind of like cheesy, basically, because you're buying a Shadowblade on Clinks, but you could use it to you could probably use it to farm incredibly fast, because if you're getting 175 damage bonus from Shadowblade, not to mention the base stats, you could probably clear Ancients mega fast and get the money pretty good. Kunkka as well. Not really the same, because the fade time on Shadowblade is pretty quick, so it's difficult to press Shadowblade and complete an attack before you go invis on Shadowblade. That's the problem. But you could use it with these instant cast spells. You'd basically click the Shadowblade and instantly press Burning Barrage, or Shadowblade and instantly Sleight of Fist, and you'd get the bonus and remain invisible to be able to do it again. Like, you could basically use it with Ember. You could do Shadowblade, Sleight of Fist, then you'd be invisible, then you could walk up and attack them and get double the bonus damage. It's not a very viable build, otherwise pros would have probably abused it. But the Clinks one is more abusable. But either way, removing it I think is fine. It's like just like a little bit of a goofy mechanic thing that isn't often. Solar Crest, basically nobody uses it. Bonus stats, bonus movement speed. That's pretty nice. 25 movement speed. Let me look at the item quick. I can't remember how much it gives your opponents. When you cast it on the ally, you give them 6 armor. 50 attack speed, movement speed. When cast on the enemy, 6 armor. Okay, so it doesn't actually lower your movement speed anymore. Well, you lose the armor bonuses, like, right? But that's when you cast on the... Removes the armor from the caster when used. Yeah. So you still lose your armor when you use it on your ally, but you 5 extra movement. You don't lose the movement speed. But yeah, probably still not good enough to bother using, but it's okay. I mean, it's pretty low cost. It's not expensive as an item. And 25 movement speed is kind of good. But there's just like a lot of heroes that there's just much better stuff to buy, like a drum in most cases. But if you do have like one carry only and he's like a monster, sitting and he's good at tower sieging, solar cresting him and sitting in the back as a support can be quite good. Wraith Band going to get a little nerfed because it is the most popular of the 3 basic items, and it has been for a bit. Just because Bracer kept getting nerfed. People didn't really need the regen from Bracer. They would either do some Ring of Health build or they'd buy mangoes. And Null Talismans kind of started getting ignored because a lot of mid heroes would just buy Kaya eventually anyways. So Null Talismans just didn't seem necessary. So they would go Kaya instead. Or they would get or Falcon Blade. Basically, your early item on cores would be Falcon Blade if you want a mana regen. And you could add a Kaya or Kaya upgrade later on. So yeah, Null's use not so good. Bracers very rarely used, so Wraithband becomes the new item, and reducing their attack speed bonus is like one small way to nerf them. Not that as much. ABBA BAT time improved by a shitload. This I actually got spoiled on this one ahead of time. One of the few things I got spoiled on. It's a big change. This means that all attack speed on Abaddon is going to be better. So him as a carry is much more. I bet if I click this, it's going to take me to an Abaddon webpage, so I'm scared to click it. But this is a really big deal. This means that he's going to feel kind of like a juggernaut in terms of attack speed. The difference, though, is that his agility gain is really bad. So it's not going to be as obvious, but you will probably run into some games where you play against a item farmed Abaddon, and he will be attacking mega fucking fast. So he definitely could be a carry, more of a core monster, but I think this is a nice way to fix him because without changing his base skills that much, because he just doesn't function very well as a core, and rather than changing his passive to rework the hero, it's probably better just to make him scale better with items like this. So, I mean, even when you're playing support, it's often not even worth fucking scaling the passive because you just don't have enough time to attack 4 times. But it could be worth it now, without a doubt. Because especially if you have like an ally that has an AC or a drum or a Beastmaster that gives you attack speed without you having to have to buy it, you could probably get 4 attacks off a lot more likely now. Because basically, if you have no attack speed, 4 attacks would now take you 6 seconds instead of before where it would take 6.8 seconds. So it's a pretty big difference. Alchemist, unstable. This is kind of small, isn't it? I don't know. Unstable concoction, max stun duration increased at the first level, so more viable as a support if you want him to be. 2.2 second stun is really high for level 1 ability. Some alchemists did start, when Alchemist was trended a little bit about a year ago, people would skill stun level 1, maybe level 2, to help them secure creeps and zone their opponents. And then bonus damage per scepter has increased. Yeah, we haven't really seen too many like alch pooling Ags builds. But maybe that's because they prefer to use alch as like a mega... It's like you get really far ahead by the mid game and you start crushing them and then the game ends. They don't really play so much for the ultra late game. Ancient Apparition, we did see him on the last series of the tournament. But before that, nothing. Chilling Touch attack range increase for the 10 talent. That's pretty big range increase. I basically never get this talent. But 300 attack range is really appealing, I gotta say. Really helps make your third skill actually do something. I don't really like leveling it up early. I think the other skills are better. If you're a core, you kind of have to, but... And then 15 talent cold feet break distance increase. That was also really appealing. The other talents, I believe, are... What's the other ones? There's the spell amp. Nope, cold feet damage per second, which is kind of a lot. Basic, because it procs for 4 seconds, so it's like a 160 damage increase for cold feet. That 10 talent left. The other one is ice vortex cooldown, which is usually what I get, but cold feet breaking distance is really good. What's the break distance? 715. So it could be up to like 1,000, same as your cast range. So it's almost like for sure they will get cold feeted, is what it feels like. Those 2 talents are probably really good now. I think both left talents are probably still better, but Chilling Touch attack range is really good too. It's really solid. It's like a nice way to like say, even though I only have 1 point or 2 points in Chilling Touch, like I'm going to make Chilling Touch viable without having to put like a lot of skill points into it. So that right Chilling Touch talent is good. It kind of just depends what your opponents are though. If your opponents are really mobile, then you can adjust basically. Like if I know they're going to be able to get out cold feet, if they have BKBs or rage or something, then maybe I play around the other talents. So I would say the talents on A are kind of specific to what you're playing against. Would I allow my kids to play Dota? I'd allow them to play bot games. But if they were young and playing against everybody, I would turn on mute all and nothing else. It's just not worth it. Anti-mage attack backswing decrease. So another nerf or another buff to newbies. So backswing is when your character is already attacked and then they finish their backswing animation before they will begin moving. So if I just right click somebody and they're walking away from me, your anti-mage will stop moving every attack for 0.6 seconds and then begin walking again. Now he'll only stop attacking for 0.3 seconds. So anti-mage for bad players will be stronger. It's also if anti-mage is like called by like axe and runs away, anti-mage will spend more time running after them as well. So there's like other small use cases where you can't stop your hero from doing anything. But it's basically just taunts and bad players. It's only going to affect them. Why is backswing still a mechanic in the game? It's a relic of the past, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing because it gives you another way for good players to be good and for bad players not to notice that they're bad. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that big of a deal. But, like, learning how to just cancel your animations and to attack move and stuff, those are, like, a really important part of the game. And I think it's fine. Like, a lot of players will just learn to do it without realizing what's happening, you know? They'll see people attack moving, and they'll be like, oh, I need to move in between attacks, you know? Like, they can just figure that out. I don't think it's like... You want me to explain once more? Okay, so it's like this. If I am throwing something... When I'm throwing a baseball... I'll move my chair a little bit. I'm winding up. This is your attack animation. And then I start throwing, and the second that this comes out of my hand, when I finally throw it, when this leaves my hand, the projectile's already going. No matter what I do, my attack is already going, right? So that means I can do anything else. In a video game, what happens is I throw this. Let's pretend this is still hovering in air. I finish throwing, it leaves my hand, and then I do this. Because I'm finishing my throw, right? Like if I'm throwing something, I go like this. But in a video game, the second that it leaves my hand, right here, when I throw it, this second, you can start moving with your hero. So what you do is you issue another command to your hero. You say, hey, walk here. And all of a sudden my hero goes like that instead of doing this. Finishing my hand, or finishing my swing. This is a backswing. All of this shit, once it leaves my hand, all of this is a waste of time. It's a huge waste of time. So what you should do literally instead is cast another spell. You should move. You should walk. You should do anything else. And before, if you didn't do anything, if you just right-clicked your opponent, Anti-Mage would waste his time animating a backswing instead of walking or doing anything else. So learning to cancel your backswings is important when you're chasing people. You want to attack them and then move while you're waiting to attack again. Then attack them again, and the moment the attack goes through, you move again to continue chasing. And Mana Void now applies a mini stun to all affected units. Okay, that's cool. There's a Mana Void stun, right? So, talent.
Magic shall not prevail.
Where is it? Is it gone? Didn't it used to stun for more? I think there used to be like a Mana Void stun duration talent, but it looks like it's not there anymore. Great small buff to his Mantle Illusions. That's a really good point, actually. That's a really, really good point. That's probably the best aspect of it, actually, because you're usually not microing those. Thank you for pointing that out. That helps a huge amount, because usually you Manta and you let your illusions just right-click somebody, but you're not attack moving with them. So the fact that your illusions slow people It means that there's a much better chance that you can perma-slow somebody with just your illusions chasing them. That's actually the biggest aspect of this buff that affects all players, even pros. So very good point about the illusions. Thank you. Really good point. Ags over Manta as they are unmicrable. Sure, you could argue that the Ags are unmicrable, therefore they're better. But Manta, you still always buy an anti-mage, surely. The 20 talent used to be 1 second stun. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's why I was curious if you could like AoE stun your opponents now. But yeah, mini stunning, totally fine. It looks like it should mini stun everybody. Arc Warden, Spark Wraith, Agnum Scepter, Secondary Spark Wraith, Search Radius, decrease. So the Ags will be a little bit less abusive. This is kind of funny actually. So Liquid picked this one time at the major. It was in... They had one match, I believe, of the... What was the one that didn't matter? It was their last match of the group stage, where they had already guaranteed gotten slot 1. And they were talking about messing around a little bit. In that game, I think they did. They picked Arc Warden mid for Nisha, and they picked Carry Vengeful Spirit. And they won the game. It was a little bit messy, but they were messing around a little bit. And it's funny to think that, like, somebody watched that game and thought this shit's broken, and looked into it and was like, yeah, we need to nerf this. All because they decided to fuck around one game. But I don't think there wasn't... I don't know if anybody else picked Arc Warden. You can stun... Oh, so you're talking about anti-mage. You could stun somebody as Lincoln's by stunning somebody else. Oh, that's a cool, good point. Okay, yeah, good point. And it probably goes through BKB too, right? Can you mana void? Let's go backwards for a second. Oh, it doesn't pierce spell immunity anymore. Okay, so it isn't like some Enigma's black holing with a Lincoln's with BKB on, and you couldn't mana void a creep that would affect him. It would have to be his BKB would not be active. So yeah, it would be good against people with Lincolns, but not BKB. So you could interrupt. Yep. Okay. You could get Slark if he's TPing mid ulti. Yep, that's true. If he's untargetable. Yeah, good point. Okay, so yeah, interesting that Liquid fucking around very possibly got Arc Warden nerfed. But maybe they're going to do this anyways. The Axe build was kind of cheesy. Anyways, Axe base movement speed up by 5. That's pretty good for Axe. Makes him more viable as, you know, as a hero, but also as a support. Definitely more viable support, more radius for counter helix. I don't think this is going to make that big of a difference, but we'll see. Bane base attributes increased by 1 because all of Bane's attributes are the same. The hero did not get picked much. Basically, the reason is that the supports that were popular at the major were very, like, lane winny, which Bane does do well. Bane is very good at winning lanes for sure because you have really good attributes and you out-trade your opponent. Maybe Bane didn't feel that good because mangoes were too good, so regen was in abundance at the tournament. And as a result, something as simple as like auto-attacking and brain sap wasn't enough to win your lane. Whereas heroes like Undying kind of abused mangoes and Decay to kind of win every lane for him. And Treant Protector was the other best support of the tournament, where he could lane quite well. And then in the mid game, his abilities, and mid and late game, his abilities were just really fucking strong. Armoring your cores to have this like DPS matchup advantage with living armor, countering people's BKBs with your overgrowth were all really powerful things that Treant provided. And Bane just is more counterable than that, I think. Bane is also kind of bad against range carries, typically. He's bad against heroes like Drow Ranger and Nature's Prophet because it's a little... He doesn't have good mobility, Bane, so it's hard for him to get close enough to affect them without them affecting him ahead of time. But if you're playing Bane against some melee carry, he feels better because I can walk into like cast range without that person instantly killing me or silencing me or something. So when the range carries get nerfed, we'll probably see Bane get more effective, even though his hero is probably not that bad by himself. And Brain Sap, Egg Shard healing from secondary targets increased by 5. This shard sucks. I played Bane Core. When did I play that? In sub games or something? It just didn't feel good. It wasn't a good game for it. They had like a lot of run at you heroes, so I was struggling to like... But I just don't see you buying this as support most of the time. It's just like I guess you could look at it as a cheese. Like if I'm playing Bane support and they're jumping on me and I'm getting low, I could hypothetically use it to heal off of a lot of people. Brain Sap does like 300 pure damage, so you'd be getting like 100 damage per extra target. And yeah, it would help you like push creep waves. Like I could see a support Bane justify buying it if you're in a pub and you don't have very much AoE on the team and you need to push. Like that part's okay. But if that's the case, why wouldn't you just buy Meteor Hammer on Bane, guys? Am I right? Meteor Hammer got buffed. It only takes 2 seconds to drop now. Nightmare into Meteor Hammer is back, baby. Why buy shard when you could just buy the hammer instead? It never actually saves you. I could see it if it buys you enough time to get like another Glimmer Cape round off or something like that. It could save you, but yeah, I agree that it's more of like you would need to buy this shard if the game calls for it. If they have a bunch of illusion heroes, kind of shit, where it's like, oh, I want to be able to nuke all of these PL illusions or all of these. That's like the one place where it kind of needs to stay, because Bane does want AoE some cases, but not often. But yeah, genuinely, Shard plus Meteor Hammer could be a way Bane deals with AoE, with illusions. That's not a terrible idea. Can't buy Shard because of how much you need to save funds. Yeah, by all means, there's so many better items that Bane almost always wants to buy over it. Totally agree. Versus Lichen Creeps. It's actually kind of good there, actually, now that you think about it. And probably good against Brood Spiders, too. Terrible in the laning stage. But once you get the Shard, it's kind of sick. Because a lot of those things have low HP, high magic resistance, which makes them vulnerable to physical. Basically is why they did it. But it also makes pure damage hard counter them. So yeah, you could get Shard on Bane against Brood. That would be really good. When you get swarmed by spiders, you just give them the suck. Suck all their insides out. You'd kill all of them. So thanks for the subs, guys. So yeah, Lichen Creeps probably as well. Because I'm sure the wolves don't have. Does he have a weight increase HP of his creeps? I don't remember. Oh no, they actually do have a lot of. They changed it. Their HP is really high, 325 to 475. Hooray. They must have given them more health and less magic resistance again, at some point, and I've forgotten. What about brood spiders? I know the brood spiders are less.
My brood case opens.
320. Okay, it's literally you're countered. So it's not as good as I thought it would be, but it's still gonna be good against illusions. 300 damage. I don't think you can increase brain sap damage without spell lamp. So if you had, the sad part is you need like 7% spell lamp to kill the spiders with one shot. And does he have a health talent for these still? Yeah, health at 15. Which I don't know if anybody gets that. Doesn't look like they do. But against a brood, it would be really good if you're getting countered by agility. Okay. Oops, nope, that's where I wanted to be. Fuck. It's gonna lose my spot now. Bang, bang. Okay. Alright, Batrider, Sticky Napalm cost increase. Batrider was top 6 hero the whole tournament. I think he might have been top 5 as well. He was really, really highly rated. Teams transitioned into picking him first phase, so increasing mana cost in Napalm is necessary. There's really not much of a change. Acceptor secondary target range increased by 50. We can talk about the elephant in the room right now. I know that I saw some tweets saying people were disappointed with the size of the patch, but I'm not super surprised considering the timelines. I heard a rumor that they wanted to patch before the tournament, but it just didn't end up happening, and it became too late. So as a result of DPC starting in literally days, the patch can't be that huge. Because if the patch becomes huge right now, when teams are about to play in 2 days, it could really fuck up the DPC in a big way and the road to TI. So my assumption is that this patch, if this continues on this, like it's not that big in the sense that almost all the changes to heroes are pretty mild. So they're trying to affect win rates right now to allow some variety in the strategy without like really fucking up the game in a competitive integrity way. So my assumption is that after this round of DPC, where there's a break between Div 2 and the next major, there's going to be a fat patch there, is probably what will happen. They said patch late April, but major's on the 26th of April. When does DPC end? Say next patch late April. Just before the major during... Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. It could be during Div 2, but let me see. Dota 2, Div 2 dates. 2023. So spring tour. So yeah, Div 1 starts on March 13th, which is in like 5 days. That is Monday of next week. The open qualifiers start on the 13th as well. Oh, those are all like qualifiers. No, but those, the qualifiers are for Div 2 though. Qualifiers are for Div 2s. Division 1 starts March 13th. And then those go for 3 weeks. And then Div 2 is April 3rd to 23. So there's probably, there'll probably be a patch either immediately after Div 2 or it's probably going to be immediately after Div 2. The tournament itself is on the 28th. April 28th is when the patch comes out, or when the next major is. That's the German one that ESL's doing. So the brunt of the patch is probably after this one. Is going to be after Div 2. So kind of an unfortunate. It's just a reality of the schedule that they have other shit to keep in mind. If they didn't have to worry about a big tournament happening or like a tournament that they are partially in control of that they want to make it stable, if that wasn't happening, we'd probably have a really fat patch right now. But either way, I'm happy to see a patch. Let us continue. Close this. So during the major, probably right before the major. That's going to make the major really fun. Okay. Secondary range for Ags is buffed because people did not buy Bat Ags almost ever. Batrider's not so much about his ultimate right now or initiating. It's more just like he creates a lot of space on the map. He can get kills like crazy, and that transitions kind of nicely into you just being like a damage monster. And then you having lasso that pierces BKB, which is kind of nice. But it's not so much pulling people out of position like it used to be all the time for offlaners. Does this mean Batrider has to buy a mana item for mid game? It's probably more like you will have to, like, you're not necessarily going to have to buy a mana item, but you're definitely going to feel the mana reduction in the mid game for sure. And you might have to go back to base a little bit more, fly out more clarities is probably what's going to happen. But yeah, this is a pretty big mana increase. I mean, it's 4 napalms instead of 5. Basically. So it's definitely going to affect you for sure. Is it too soon to give Muerta or Ags in Shard next patch? I don't think so. They might do it. They'll get a feel for what has to happen first is they're going to have to get a feel for how the hero is played, and then they're going to want to put their Ags and the Shard in a way that will either enhance the ways that she can get played by filling a blind spot with her hero that prevents flexibility or something like that. But generally, that's the best integrations of Shards and Ags, in my opinion, is making the hero more diverse in what they can accomplish and giving them tools that they desperately need. Roll up on Pango is a perfect example. It's like it just counters him too hard. You think they create it during development and hold it back? I mean, they have ideas, certainly. I'm sure that they've already spent time thinking about ideas for them, but it's probably too early to like, I mean, it could be anything, you know? It could be something as simple like, oh, making X ability do more damage or something like that. But the most fun shards are the ones that add a new angle to them, which makes it more fun to talk about and more fun to like think about if it's good, you know, and make choices about it. You don't want a shard that's just like, oh, your Dragon Slave does more damage now. That's fucking boring, you know? Centaur's card is a good example. Yep, completely different way to play the hero. It gives you a save. Okay, Drums of Slum has been buffed in damage because nobody buys it, and 15 talent, movement speed, aura to Beastmaster's units decreased by 5. Very popular shard. Drums of Slum buff. Not exactly how you play the hero, but it is a good, it does do a lot of damage. I played against it in ability draft, but I haven't played against it in a regular game. Maybe I should play it. Play Beastmaster and just rush Drums of Slum or some shit. It's probably good against like illusion type heroes. Ags, Bloodstone, Beastmaster. Bounty Hunter, Shadow Walk, movement and attack speed slow rescaled. Okay, slightly worse early, but even better late. 45 attack speed slow is a lot, as is the movement slow. It's a lot of movement slow. I wonder if there's some crazy bounty build where you just hit him with the 45 slow. It's probably not good, because the more you get Shadow Walk, the harder it is to double hit it. But it's better level 2 and on, so I don't know. The hero got played at or at the major, but it wasn't exactly excellent, and mostly it was only Geek Slate that played it. There were some other teams that tried it a little, but it didn't seem that incredible to me. It seemed fine, but like not necessarily good. Primal Sweat Fire Bruling armor increased. Oh, this is a huge difference actually. The Fire Bruling always dies really fast. It does the most of your damage, but it does die really, really quick, so adding 4 and then 8 armor to it is really going to help it stay alive in fights. It just takes the most heat to... I didn't mean to fucking pun you guys there. It takes the most heat because it's the fastest. It's like max movement speed, so it just runs in first. All the creeps attack it. Heroes usually attack it. Towers usually attack it. It dies really fast. So I think this is a really nice buff to Brewmaster that's going to affect literally all players, good and bad. So I think this is a nice buff. We'll keep it alive longer, more immolate, aura, more damage, all that stuff. It's going to help with the Ags as well, because Fire Brilliant is really good at pushing out creep waves. Broodmother, this was one of the 2 best heroes at the tournament. It was Lena and Brood. One player told me that Brood, the value of her is that she basically always wins her lane, and she will get very farmed, and she farms faster than other offlaners. So you will have your aura items earlier and easier than other typical aura offlaners. So then you bring those to bear, which makes your core stronger than their core, kind of a thing. You control the whole map, which is difficult to play into, and that is why she was top pick, top banned. And basically nobody fucked with her in the finals, or much at all the last 2 days. Max move speed bonus decreased for her webs by basically not much. Early game, this is a big deal, because this means like level 1, level 2, she's more killable. Her movement speed is atrocious. It's like 275 base. So at level 1 now, she's only going to have just under 300 movement speed. So she will not be faster than you at level 1, like she kind of was before. 8% was like an extra, it's like an extra 20, 25. So this is a big deal. So level 1 webs, you are way slower. If you don't get level 2 webs, you're going to really feel it. If you go like a 1-1-1 build, you won't have as good of a chance to get kills, basically. If you go like 1 in your attack skill, 1 in spin web, and 1 in Silken Bola, you can't just like run down your opponents. So this is kind of a big deal. It's going to make her first couple levels weaker. If you go more passive build and you get 2 level 2 webs pretty quick, then it's fine. But you're not going to be able to get kills as often on Broodmother level 1, level 2, and level 3. Basically, your first 3 levels, way less kills. So this is a good thing, because it means that you have a better potential to kill Broodmother and lower potential to die to Broodmother. So her laning stage is weaker. This is a really fucking big change, in my opinion. Spinner's Snare, this is the Ags. Charge restore time has been increased. Okay. Whatever. Spiderling's lifetime decreased down to 40 seconds. And lifetime of Spiderites will decrease to 40 seconds. So it's the same for both. Spiderites are the ones that spawn off your spiders biting things, I believe. Spiderlings are the ones that spawn off of your ulti zapping somebody and them dying. So it'll be a little bit harder to swarm with these. And very crucially about these, what this is going to do, this one's probably the biggest. This basically means that sending them across the map as scouts is not going to work nearly as well now, because the amount of seconds that they're going to be in one place is going to be decreased. So it's going to be harder. Before, if these lasted for 60 seconds, I think there was a way where you could select just the Spiderites, and then you could yeet them across the map. And if you send them to every neutral camp, and your opponents don't scout and kill the spiders, then them being 60 seconds means that if the camps were dead and they don't get cleared, then you would block a camp, which would decrease the amount of farm on the enemy side of the map. So you could very easily cross the map with these, assuming your opponents didn't scout and kill them, or bother to spend the time. But even if they do, it's like there's vision, whatever. But basically, this is going to be slightly harder to just like mindlessly yeet them across the map to block camps and to give vision to you and your teammates. So this is only going to be a good thing. It means that Brood is not going to be able to create as big of a swarm of spiders either, because the uptime is just simply less. So kind of a big deal. But not really. I don't think this is like nerfing the hero into the ground, but I think this is a really good start to just make her less of an always useful hero. She's still going to probably get picked, I imagine, because effectively her strength is still up there, but she is going to be more exploitable at like the first couple levels, I think, which seems like no team bothered to even try to do. Nobody ever really like, I saw it sometimes in DPC where teams are like, oh, let's pick CKCM and we're just going to fucking kill the Brood at level 2. They're going to Nova her, Frostbite her, use Chaos Bolt and Reality Rift, and they're just going to kill her. I saw that in some DPC, but no team fucking dared try it at the major. So my assumption is it's just not viable. I just don't think it's viable. Liquid tried to beat it once too. They did Brood Rubik, or sorry, Liquid did Pudge CM against Brood Rubik, and they lost that lane against Bet Boom, and I think they lost that game too. So my assumption is you just can't counter the Brood in her current state, so these lane nerfs are only going to be useful against Brood. So maybe it'll create enough of an opening where you can actually just fight her and kill her. So I think this is good. Any chance I might release an update beginner's guide in the future? A text one? Probably not. I think it's like very long past the text days. And I would make no money from it either. Not that I make a huge amount on YouTube, but probably not going to do a text guide. I have the Learn Dota video series that I made after I did Day 9 series. So if you want to learn some basics, that's the best way, is that video series. Learn Dota Basics and Learn Dota video series. The basics one is for like brand new Dota players who've never played Dota before, and the other one is for like people that play Dota but want to get better. Okay. Centaur, Hitch a Ride. Now grants Centaur Stampede buff. Cool. Also increases Stampede duration if cast during Stampede rather than refreshing the buff. Cool. And the cooldown is reduced to 30 seconds. This is a nice change. The problem with... This is the issue with Hitch a Ride, basically, by all means, was that, like, if you're hitching somebody a ride but you don't become fast yourself, it kind of just felt mediocre. But the fact that it now gives Centaur himself the buff is really nice. Because he could use this to retreat if he wants. He could initiate with his ulti and his team and then realize, oh, shit's going bad, I need to get out. He could use Hitch a Ride on a creep and run out and to escape. He could use it on a creep to get bonus damage because then he could Stampede buff a second time probably. But if you use it during Stampede, you will add more duration. So that means you probably couldn't run over somebody twice. But if it ends and then you cast this, you could probably run over somebody a second time. But the cooldown going down to 30 and the fact that basically you could use it multi-purpose now is just way better. Because before it was basically only good to protect one guy, but now you could use it to make yourself run fast, to run away. It makes it less scary to protect one guy, you know? You could use it for damage. Protect a guy while you run through people to slow them and deal damage. That's cool. So I think this is a really nice change that would make this a lot more viable. Very, very possibly. And Centaur did get play at the Major, so I could definitely see this become something more standard. Speaking of which, one new tech thing that happened for Centaur is that people were just not scaling the passive much. One person described it to me as the worst scaling ability in the game. So let's explore this with a nice spreadsheet. Okay, and add. This is harder to do with. It's working. Okay. Let's make it shorter on this side. Okay, so Centaur here. 15, 25, 35, 45. So 15, 25, 35, 45. And then the percent of strength is here, which is 20%, 26%, 32%, 38%. So let's look at some common strength levels for Centaur really quick. Because most players were just getting one single point of return. Some players did not, but generally that was not the case. So I'm at level 1 here.
Prepare for battle.
Alright, this is what we need to do in this. Let's do this. What did I do wrong? My shit's frozen. My calc is crashing. How's it not responding? How's the copy paste? What's going on? Why is it crashing? This is not a good sign. My free software that I didn't spend money on is crashing, guys. I literally did copy paste. I'm pretty sure I did Control X and it's exploding. It's a bad sign, guys. Anyways, let's... I need to like write down strength values. Okay, I would really like this program to be functioning here. Alright, something bad is happening. I do not like this. My paranoia is telling me that there is a macro being ran right now. Macros are programs. Cancel. Yes, I would like to cancel recovery. Alright, let's try this again. Fingers crossed, no macros. Okay, what did I say the values were? 15, 25. Okay. 20%, 26%, 32%. Go over here and open this a little bit, and then we want to see, I want strength levels at like a couple different points. So level 1 I have 27 strength, And then let's go level 6. We have 47 strength. And then level 12, we have 71 strength. And then let's do 18. We have 97 strength. Okay. Equals this plus this times this. Oh, and this needs to be CB1 needs to be a dollar sign. No, 1 needs to be a dollar sign, I think. Okay, I did it wrong. They all need to be dollar signs. Always A. Alright, I'm clearly fucking doing this wrong. Yeah, C is the one that doesn't need a dollar sign. That's why. No dollar sign is C, that's the only one that scales. Okay, there we go. Alright. So, scales, basically you're putting 3 skill points in for it to do, at level 1, a measly 14 extra damage, which is not much. Actually, yes. The skills, this is level 1. Okay, this is level 1. So this is the number we're probably comparing late game, this 34. Yeah, because these are the different levels that we're comparing. So, yeah. Alright, and then we can do the same thing. Oh no, it's slowing down. And then we need this equation. I'll just do a new one. Actually, yeah, it's just going to be equals this plus this times this equals this. And then we add dollar signs to the A and the B. Let me scroll down. Okay. And then rinse repeat. A C9 C9 B. Oh god, it's getting slow. Some shit's happening again. Why is this happening? Why? The addition doesn't need to be in parentheses because it's going to do order of operations. The multiplication will always be first. It's like literally crashing. Why is this happening? Something is severely wrong with my software. Yeah, I'll just do a Google Sheets. This will not fail me. It's still fucking fucked up. I'm just gonna type it in really quick. Sorry, guys. That's not what I want. Ah! 27, 47, 71, 27. 2, 4, 25, 6%, 35, 32%, 45, 45, 38%. Is it still broken? It's still broken, bro. Alright, control delete. Goodbye, sheets. I will troubleshoot you later. Show it to me so I may murder it. Thank you. Using 26% of my CPU right now. Close that garbage. Don't like that. Bad sign. Okay. And then I need to trash that. Now I need a new window capture. Google Sheets. Excellent. I knew which one I wanted. Here. 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 Okay. And then same thing as before. Equals this plus this times this equals this. Oop. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Oh shit. I wanted that autofill, baby. I'll see if it does it again. Does it know? No, it's wrong. This. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. And then equals this plus this times this. Isn't math fun, guys? Equals this plus this times this. I do plus, right? I did. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Okay, so level 1 of this skill, Retaliate, at late game does 34.4 damage, but 4th level does 81.86 damage. This really doesn't scale that bad. I thought it was going to be more extreme than this, because these are like the 4 numbers that we're comparing. And then I'll color this shit in. Borders, fill color to a mild gray. Okay, so these are like the main 4 numbers that we're comparing. So a lot of players were like leaving it at level 1. So late game it was doing like 35 damage or so, which against creeps, maybe not the most extreme. Sorry, I don't know how to do this faster. Plus, of course, strength items. Yeah. 18 damage per skill point. Yeah. You need to consider this a percentage of damage received, not as flat damage. Yeah, I suppose that's true. And your like creeps are gonna have 10%. So against creeps, it's 10% less. Equals this times 0.9. Yes, I would love that autofill. And then against heroes, which we can probably assume most carries are going to have like a shitload, really. What's like a late game? Like if I do like Morphling in
Yes.
some like level 18 Morph. I know you guys can't see him here. One sec.
The wave breaks.
And then, you know, get a bunch of this, Agimorph a shitload, buy a bunch of fucking items, the old Falcon Blade, and then have like Manta, Ags type shit. I've got 66% armor, so if we do the same thing times sorry, I don't want to mess this up. It's 34%. Yeah, it's how much damage. So, if we compare against like a high armor hero, then yeah, it's not exactly the most. This is the difference, basically, is what they're looking at. Yeah, the percentage is different. So, they say, is it worth 3 skill points so that when a Morphling hits me, that the Morphling takes 16 more damage? And their answer is no. It's not worth it for the Morphling to do 16 more damage, when I myself could instead have 6 more strength, 6 more agility, and 6 more intelligence, is their argument. Because really the only hero that hits you a lot is going to be carries, and most of them have lifesteal anyways. So in some, if it's like a Wind Ranger or something, you definitely do it, because the amount of attacks per is a little bit off, and maybe against some like Snapfire type hero it could be worth it. But this is probably why they justify it, because they think that with 6 strength they might survive. Missing Scotty. Anyways, so yeah, it's a farming spell, basically. I mean, it's good against creeps. Like, these numbers are solid against creeps. You'd kill creep waves a little bit faster, but you can just use double edge against them as well. So, put the passive at level 1. Take 3 stat points. Yeah, I mean, we could. The stat points wouldn't pay off until, like, here-ish, but, like, it's going to be marginal. It's like, yeah, it's going to be a difference, but it's only, like, 20%, right? So, of those stat points, you're only getting a little bit more. So, it's kind of Aren't I comparing the wrong numbers? I don't think so. These are strength values. Or sorry, these are return base damage, percentage of strength bonus. This is the amount of strength at level 1, level 6, level 12, level 18. And then this is the raw damage by calculation. This is against creeps. And this is against heroes with like Morphling that have 33 armor. How about Blade Mail? Blade Mail is irrelevant because Blade Mail will be, it's going to do damage regardless of how much strength you have. So anyways, we're done with this. That's enough of a tangent for something that somebody did at the major. But yeah, against, arguably, like, there aren't that, supports don't really hit Centaur much. Like, when you're playing a support in the late game, mostly, you attack very little. You attack when the fight is, like, mostly over, and most of the time, you walk in, like, use your spells, and then you hide. So, like, realistically, this retaliate damage doesn't really come for supports that much. It would be good against towers, I guess. That's one aspect. It's certainly better. Retaliate against towers is good. But Centaurs and pro games don't really hit towers, let towers hit them very much. It's always like a carry killing a tower because it's not safe to have your initiator be the guy taking towers. Usually you would want a ranged hero to hit it. So kind of a nature of the meta that they just said it's not worth it. I don't need this skill. If you stack strength, yeah, sure. If you stack strength and stuff, it's more valuable to have retaliate. But pro games, it just was not as viable based on the way that the game is played. Because the margins you're getting, like in an average pub game, sure, it's probably still better to max retaliate. But in a refined pro game where like tiny margins matter, yeah, 6 strength might actually change your survivability. And you could also argue actually that 6 agility changes your hero in a really big way. Because that's almost 1 armor. And that means you're getting like 5% more HP as well. Because Centaur has an insane amount of HP, right? Throw an extra armor on that. That's better than reflecting a little bit more damage. The armor you get alone is better than the HP. 6 agility is better than 6 strength on Centaur in some ways. Also, you get a little bit more damage on double edge too, right? If you have 4 points double edge, 6 strength is 7 more damage in an AoE. That alone kind of sounds decent. So you have 1 more armor almost. You do 7 more damage with your double edge. You have 120 more HP. And you have like 60 more mana. And the downside is you kill creep waves a little bit slower, which isn't a big deal because you're not hitting creeps that much on the hero, and you can use your abilities to kill them. Or you can just wait a little bit longer. And because against hard carries, they have a shitload of armor anyways, so it's not even that good. So if you're against a hard carry that doesn't have an insane amount of armor, like if you're not against an agility hard carry, then it's better. If you're letting towers hit you, then it's better. But in almost all other cases, the stats are actually better. Is it 6 edgy to 1 armor or is it 7? I think they changed it back.
Hooray!
Thank you, Gabba. Okay. So yeah, it's a lot more HP. 120 HP from the strength. The armor is going to end up being equivalent to like another 120 or so, if not more. If you have 2000 HP, it's like another 120 HP. So arguably the stats over the 3 points in return is equivalent to like 240 estimated hit points against physical damage. So, yeah. All right, let's move on since we really went hard on Centaur here. Chaos Knight, Chaos Bolt mana is decreased, 110 at all levels. Interesting. That could make leveling it up a little bit more valuable in the laning stage on Chaos Knight, because you could actually justify using it a bit more. It's a buff for ability draft. Much better ability now because you can spam it on like all characters without worrying about the mana cost too much. Yeah, that's pretty cool. CK is always max at last though, because Reality Rift in your passive is really how you get lane sustain and more damage. Chaos Knight was played at the major a little bit, but Tundra played him a little. I feel like EG played him a little, but it was not seen as a valuable carry. There's just the range carries were just too high damage and too good at laning and too good at everything else. So not surprised to see a little buff. Clinks did not get touched at the entire tournament. Skeleton Walk now always creates a Burning Army skeleton after breaking the invis. That's cool. And now the Ag Shard's bonus skeletons decreased from 2 to 1. Total count with Shard is unchanged. So Shard on Clinks is worse now. But Clinks by himself is just better. That's it. The Shard is garbage now. It's actually so bad. Shard is actually legitimately so bad. It's so bad. This is a huge fucking buff to Clinks, guys. the shard is garbage, but this is a huge buff to Clinks. So the skeletons attack every 1.6 seconds. They do 30% of your base damage, but they use Searing Arrows. So when your Searing Arrows is maxed out, that actually does do a lot of damage. So even if you get the plus 20 talent, which actually does have a nice win rate, by the way, for the reason is because, and it's going to be even higher now, because you always get a skeleton, because it does, the Burning Army doesn't scale well with your base damage, but it scales really well with Searing Arrows. So they're going to get up to 80 damage always. So just breaking invis to gank now, you're going to have this extra damage coming out. You can also use Death Pact of your skeletons, and they have a pretty high amount of HP. I can't remember what it's equal to. We can check. I mean, it's the nicest thing about Shard is it's a little bit more damage, and you can ulti off of them, pretty much.
Prepare for battle.
Goes my bones.
So, this is doing 15 damage, which is like 30% of my approximately 50 health. Oh, it only does 14. Does this not, does it only do a percentage of this as well?
Better to run than curse the road.
Why are there two? There's two numbers. There's actually two numbers. Okay. So, for some reason, it's showing 14. But it was doing the arrow damage and the base. So if I do the same thing. So I only do 15, but you'll see two numbers right here if you zoom in, or if you look really carefully. So it's doing 48 damage and it's doing 15 damage is what it's showing here. And for some reason it's not counting as one source. Does that mean against a Templar?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, it counts as two damage sources. I didn't know that. So that means that Clinks against TA is kind of good. And then yeah, if I eat my skellies, I just got 300 health. So yeah, they have 1,000 health on paper. So I can eat them. They're equivalent to a 1,000 HP neutral creep. So basically, you can always have something to Death Pact without needing to go to a neutral camp. Obviously, neutral camp is better because you get golden experience, and they usually have more than 1,000 health. Some of them do. But yeah, this is going to be a nice buff to Clinks because now, no matter where you gank, you will have a Skelly to help you, which is a little bit more damage. Like, it's genuinely a lot of damage. It really is. Especially if you get more points in Searing Arrows. That's the... So I would argue... If, depending on how much ganking you want to do on this hero, but you can do it much earlier now. You do not need to level up Burning Barrage all the way. Burning Barrage damage scales pretty well per arrow right now, and they all attack 6 times. So if I use Burning Barrage, it always shoots 6 arrows right now, and the damage between level 1 and level 4 is not that different. It's a 30% damage increase with 4 skill points. The biggest benefit of it is that the cooldown goes down to 18, and that the range goes up. But the range, when you're doing like ancient camps or whatever, the range is not that big of a deal unless you're like pulling 2 camps together and getting both, which sometimes matters. So I would argue if you want to do some like ganking Clinks build, it's way better now. Like you could actually probably play Clinks mid again. I'm not even fucking kidding. You definitely could. Think about it this way. Go mid, get like 1 Burning Barrage, maybe 2 Searing Arrows, 1 Skeleton Walk. You can gank a side lane pretty easily because you can use Death Pact with Skeleton Walk. Go to a side lane, pop out from invis, you're attacking, and you have a skeleton attacking. And the skeleton's going to do damage based on your Searing Arrows. So if you do like a 2-4-1 build, and you gank a side lane, you're going to like instantly hit them for a lot of physical damage, and they're going to have to retreat through your ulti. And you're difficult to kill as well. And if you have a diffusal, this is Archer get diffusal. No, the skeletons do not get the effect of your passive, but the diffusal build is arguably even better now. Because it's not just you attacking, it's you doing Burning Barrage while they're being slowed, while the diffusal is doing damage, and your skeleton is hitting them. Like, diffusal build is even better now than it used to be. Diffusal is just, it's stronger. I legitimately think diffusal Clinks is strong, guys. I'm not even fucking kidding. And I think it's better now, because you have a free skeleton, which is also attacking. Again, not that diffusal increases the damage. This, like, the damage that you get from diffusal from your skeleton is literally 30% of 15 agility. So you get 5 extra damage from having Diffusal Blade from your skeleton. But the slow that Diffusal creates on them allows your skeleton to attack at least like 1 or 2 more times. So I think the Diffusal Blade Clinks build is legitimately good. We are on C right now, is where we are. So yeah, this is a pretty big buff to Clinks. You can still farm with Burning Barrage okay, because every pass through drains mana. And it really helps a lot when you're ganking supports too, because the enemy supports are going to run out of mana pretty quick. Like if you break Invis with Diffusal Blade and you Burning Barrage them, you're going to get at least like 3 volleys off before you get stunned, which ends up draining like 150 mana. So it can legitimately get you kills and the slow. Does the mana burn get reduced by a barrage? It does not. Mana burn proc effects will not get reduced. That's why Swashbuckle with Diffusal on Pango is really good, for example. And it's the same reason why Maelstrom on Clink's Burning Barrage is really good. So, what, just like Diffusal Deso? I don't buy Deso when I go that build usually. I usually go like Diffusal into Dragonlance, or Dragonlance into Diffusal if I was carry usually. And then you can buy whatever else. You can go like Scotty, Daedalus, BKB, whatever you really want, to be honest. And now you don't have to buy Shard either. So Diffusal, gank a little bit in between farming. And then you can go BKB right away if you want. Like the problem with Clink's Maelstrom build is that the Maelstrom doesn't make you survivable. It just helps you farm more. And you farm really fast. By all means, you farm really fast with Burning Barrage with Maelstrom. But it basically means that you're not really doing anything on the map for a while, other than the only way you can gank is with an ally who has a stun, because otherwise your Burning Barrage is never going to land for a lot. But if you have Diffusal, you can actually land a full Burning Barrage on somebody and gank more effectively, because your single target damage is way better than with Maelstrom. Maelstrom's more of an AoE item, and the Diffusal also gives you utility because it burns their mana, and it gives you mana increase, which means mana regen also is the other benefit. So you could also go, like probably, if I was mid, I would probably go maybe bottle Falcon Blade Diffusal, or bottle Wraithband Diffusal. So maybe with bottle, you don't really need the Falcon Blade. It's probably not needed. Bottle's probably enough. That's probably what I do. Orchid Rush Clinks. I don't think Orchid is good. It doesn't lock them down. I would if you're going to gank on Clinks, I'd much rather you go Diffusal Blade. But maybe there's some hero matchups where Orchid would be okay, especially because it's probably better because you have the skeleton now. So now when you gank and break Invis, you have even more physical damage than you did before. So it's probably not terrible. What offlaner would get shoved away from Clinks? Clinks is vulnerable when they run at you, but if you can keep them a little distance and keep pinging them with arrows, you can win the lane. So if they're like a passive sit in the lane offlaner, they might struggle against you, like a Tide maybe. But if they can run at you at all, like a Mars or something, they're just going to kill you with their support repeatedly. You would kind of want like a bodying 5 with Clinks, like Abaddon, Dream Protector, Undying. That way that hero can like always be threatening to your opponents. That way if they go on you, it's likely that you at least get a trade, is how I would describe it. But I'm sure Clinks Diffusals, it's probably really, really solid right now. But yeah, make sure if you guys want Clinks to feel good right now, you need to get more points in Burning Barrage than in your second skill. In your Searing Arrows. Level more Searing Arrows than Burning Barrage. It's been buffed like twice now to make Burning Barrage less necessary early. And so you can probably play Clinks more like a lane winner and less like a AFK farmer. But obviously if your lane's going really bad, go more Burning Barrage, do more jungling. But if you feel like you can control the lane, then Clinks should be pretty solid as like a lane dominating carry. Do I get the skeleton before 6? Yeah, you get it. It's a good question. It says creates it after breaking the invis, so it's probably just with Skeleton Walk, yeah. But it's gonna be pretty shit. It's Skeleton Walk is really bad without Searing Arrows. Clink support with Solar Crest. I wouldn't recommend support. Support's not gonna be good. This doesn't change him enough to make the support good. He's just always gonna scale well with items. Dark Seer, normal punch, max stun duration decrease. Yeah, that shit was really good. Good for ability draft. Necessary for Dark Seer. Like, it's the hero got picked a little bit at the major, but not so much that you need to like nerf the hero into the ground, but the Ags is way too good. It's like 10-second cooldown. Dazzle level 10 talent damage increase, so 60 damage for Dazzle. I forgot about this, dude. I haven't played this hero in a while. Kind of gotten forgotten. It didn't even get played at the major despite all the Nogos. 60 damage channel. Everybody goes mana regen because you spam your spells a lot more. I haven't even thought about playing Dazzle Core since they changed him. I mean, there's you could hypothetically with like some minus armor lineup type stuff, because with bad juju it lowers armor and does damage, does physical. So yeah, some like minus armor build could hypothetically work with him. Poison Tack Touch Range. This is really the talent that kind of makes him more viable as a core, honestly. But he's just so much better as a support, I feel like. I feel like the core just isn't going to work. But again, Poison Touch can be quite good. Maybe there's some viability to like playing him mid, max Poison Touch, gank side lane type shit. But his other abilities are just so support focused. And I don't think I've ever justified good juju. Maybe if you went like mid dazzle and you got an Ags or some shit, and then it comboed with an ally that had items that were good to refresh, like some BKB type shit. But like, I don't know, man. I just don't. It's not as good as a core anyways either, because Poison Touch used to be like much lower cooldown. You can't spam Poison Touch as much as you could before. So I don't think this is going to change the hero as a core at all. It's not going to do anything. 10 more damage. Like, sure, you have more damage, but like, who fucking cares? The hero just doesn't transition well enough right now. Maybe if you go that like, I mean, there was that time where like when this still lowered cooldowns, you could go mid and go like Witchblade. I saw one guy that went like Witchblade Blade Mill, which is cool, because he was just shallow graving all the time, and then the damage you're dealing to him felt bad because he was reflecting. That was kind of cool. But I'm not at all certain that this hero is a good transition in a game. Greaves is good, but you can't lower the cooldown doesn't get lowered anymore until you buy Ags, so I don't know. Maybe you could go mid and do some Greaves build. You could probably do like offlane Dazzle, buy Greaves and shit, and then buy Ags if the Ags was good. But I'm not sold on it. One of the few supports can go minus. Yeah, you can't do it anymore, dude, because you don't get item cooldown decrease anymore. You used to get it. That's gone now, unless you buy Ags. So it's like you're buying a 4,000 gold item to make your items better, whereas before your items were just better. So he's just kind of in a goofy place. I mean, he is like a good medallion hero, I'm sure, if you max out Poison Touch. So there's like some cool things about him, but like maybe Medallion Solar Crest could feel useful on the hero as a support. But against most heroes, probably not good. You can't double Greaves because of the heal buff. Yeah, it's just he was more viable as like an offlane when he just got the cooldown. All right, Death Prophet get nerfs. Hero was definitely played quite a lot at the major. It wasn't one of the strongest heroes. It was one of the strongest heroes, but it wasn't like the top 6. It was probably like top 10. Int gain decreased. Strength gain decreased. A little bit weaker late game. Magic resistance talent nerfed again, back down to 12. Spirit Siphon damage heal replaced with health, and they moved that to 20. Okay, so your 15 timing is going to be way worse on the hero now. You can't just like get 15 and stay alive with Spirit Siphon. In some ways, this is a little better because you're just going to have more raw health at 15 without having to like actually cast your spells. But your ability to solo kill is just going to be worse. And you can't just like put Spirit Siphon on like 4 things and stay alive quite as quickly. So less need for health in the mid game, but other than that, downside. But definitely nerfs the hero. Less stat gain, all that shit. Okay. Dragon Knight. Yeah, Dragon Knight. Elder Dragon form cooldown reduced by 5. Isn't there a cooldown? Egg Scepter normally reduces cooldown by 5. Oh. Okay. Mana cost for fireballs less. DK was played a little bit at the major, not a huge amount. Doesn't he have a talent?
Cast a long shadow.
No, I'm just thinking people always get like the quickening charm on him and shit to increase his duration. Yeah, that's fine. Make him better. I mean, the eggs is still worth getting on the hero, so adding this to everybody is fine. I don't think this is a big deal. Tiny buff. Mana cost going down is fine. We saw Tundra play Dragonite a decent amount. They still messed around with flexing it like they did during DPC and before, but it's kind of mediocre right now. It had some good games, but it kind of gets like smashed sometimes. All right, Draw Ranger should be getting a big nerf. Ag Shard regen reduction per stack of Frost Arrows is reduced. This was probably too much. Once she became like the top meta hero and it just like happened to reduce regen by 70, that became a little bit too much. I think it was 7 stacks, right? So this does like 56% regen reduction instead of 70, which is much more balanced. And then not only grants allied hero regens half of the bonus agility. Okay. And this is another thing some team abused was Drow Ranger plus other heroes. They would go Prophet Drow. Prophet would attack insanely fast. They went Drow TA. They went Drow plus Lena. And it kind of just, they went Drow SFs. It just made your other hero, like it what didn't seem greedy enough somehow. You'd think like, oh, Drow Ranger plus other farming hero, that's going to be bad. But it was like totally fine. And in the late game, it was just insane. You like couldn't even get close to beating it. So there was just too many like agility heroes and range heroes in the late game that were way too good, and Drow was part of that, and this is going to go a long ways to making those lineups less effective, even though they'll still be good. But yeah, giving some like ranged hero 100 agility, who's already a good ranged hero, was like kind of crazy. But these are nice little mediocre ways to nerf the hero. I think she'll still be played, certainly, but there won't be this insane minus regen counter. It won't be as incredibly good, and this will make the really jank lineups, or the really unfair lineups, less unfair. So this is fine. The Drow TA game, yeah, there was a couple, I think, liquid drafts where she just looked insane. I mean, most of the Drow +1 drafts are crazy. All right, Elder Titan gonna get buffed. He got picked a little bit at the tournament by Talon, but I don't think other teams mess with him much. Echo Stomp, wake up damage threshold increase. That's when you stomp people, how much damage they can take before they wake up. So it'll be easier to land your combo. Not that like I didn't really see much Echo Stomp setup, honestly. I watched some of the games, and the value of the ET was the aura, mostly. Is that there was Nature's Prophets with Ags. The Spirit would run in, giving vision and lowering everybody's magic resistance, which would increase the Nature's Prophet Ags damage by like 33%, which is incredible. So that part was cool. And there were a lot of agility heroes, so hypothetically getting on top of those heroes would mean killing them is easier. But it didn't have massive success, and I think that was the only team that flirted with picking it, basically. And then damage per hero increased for the level 1 Astral Spirit. It's a little bit easier to harass your opponents. So, yeah, tiny buffs to the hero. Tiny, tiny buffs. Ember Spirit was a good mid laner at the tournament. Wasn't the best hero, but it was up there. So level 10 talent. Little nerf. 12 damage only. Only 12 damage. And Sleight of Fist hero damage decreased as well over here. So this is a total of 13 damage less at level 20, which will matter a little bit. Enchantress. Enchant. Cooldown rescaled. Enchant was picked at the tournament. Was some teams really valued her. The team that won, she was up there. Gaming Gladiators liked her a lot, as does Team Spirit. So I'm expecting to read buffs here. So cooldown rescaled to be slightly worse level 1, but better at level 4. Most teams would just leave it at level 3, so getting this up to level 4 could be really good. And then the move slow is rescaled, so it's not as powerful early, but it's going to last longer. So basically encourages you to level it up all the way if you want. But this is still like a pretty good slow, but it's not as incredible. It used to be 55% slow for 3.75. And now it's 5 seconds all levels, so I'd have to do the math on the amount of slow per seconds, which I am not that interested in. But yeah, they're just encouraging you to pick it 4 times, basically. And then Little Friend's cast range increased, which is, this is actually pretty freaking huge. Because against summon lineups, this is like 1 counter, really. And it'll be easier to cast it. 600 is like that range where like, you can cast it, but they probably go on you first, or you definitely get gone on after you cast it. So 750 is now like, I can safely cast this without them necessarily jumping on me. Keep in mind, night vision range is 800. So at nighttime, they would see you coming with 600. At 750, the window is going to be a lot less. So this will be much easier to cast against like sieging lineups. But I've definitely seen people get solo kills pretty regularly with Little Friends against some like Beastmaster Lycan type heroes. So Little Friends is probably a little underrated. Grimstroke, Inkswell, damage per second increased for Inkswell. And the total damage is up, I guess. So it just does more damage now. This is nice for creep waves, because creep waves don't do bonus damage, so it's hard to kill creep waves with it. So 15 more times 3 seconds. Yeah, So 210 AoE damage. This plus Stroke of Fate, that's a dead creep wave typically. Does it not just mean that it's going to do more pop damage? This is like one of those things that looks very innocuous, but if you play with it, it probably feels different. Because if it does do this much more damage, 70 versus 7, then 55, the explosion is going to stun for more duration and do more damage. So Inkswell is probably kind of sick now, I would assume. Shard is also percentage damage increase on Inkswell. Yes, so since Shard increases the damage, you're saying that it's going to do like way more damage with the Shard. And then Soulbind buffed big time, lower cooldown. 70 seconds level 1. Okay. Much more viable as a mid and a support. Gank those side lanes more often. But really the only major difference is the Inkswell damage increase. But it should make Grimstroke a much better laner, basically. It's probably okay. The downside, well, that was overestimation to say. It's not laning, it's late game. You know, it's after laning stage. Because you don't really max, well, pros do max Inkswell often, but you don't necessarily get like more than 2 points in the laning stage typically. And by the time laning stage is over, then you max it out. And you become this Inkswell bot. But that's the only thing I don't like about Grimstroke is he's pretty one-dimensional and that you kind of have to play around Inkswell combos and that's it. All right, Hoodwink. Acorn Shot bonus damage increased. The skill was mostly neglected at the event. People did pick Hoodwink sometimes, but almost every time they did, they got ran over was kind of my impression. EG played it a little bit. I saw Team Liquid play it one time in the finals, I think, but they got smashed that game. I think it was the first game. Keep in mind their roster was messed up because Boxy got sick, unfortunately. But yeah, maxing out a little bit better here. Most people just get like 2 points early max. Huskar, I don't know if I saw any Huskar, but I know it got picked. Disarm duration increased. Better level 1 skill, great. And life break cooldown reduced, cool. Ice Path. Path duration increased. 3 seconds at level 1, wow. Oh wait, that's the duration that's there. It's not the stun duration. So it's going to be on the ground for up to 3 seconds now. Up to 4.5 seconds. So it's just going to be in the battle for a really long time, which is kind of cool. I think this is a really nice mechanic change of Ice Path because it makes it just a cooler ability, you know? It's like you throw it in this opening and it's just like, oh, you just can't fight there for 4.5 seconds now. And the cooldown is so low that like, it's really, the uptime has got to be like 50% or something late game. It's pretty nice. So Rubik's stealing Ice Path. Yeah, that's true. It's good for Rubik's as well. Very valid. But yeah, it being on the ground for 3 seconds is nice because you could Ice Path and TP just about now. At least protect yourself better that way, you know? You can't just Ice Path, because before if you'd Ice Path and walk onto it in TP, it would go away within like half a second. But now you can Ice Path, stand on it. They can choose like, do I walk in and take the stun now? You know? Or do they linger? I don't know, it's a cool ability. I like how they're playing with it. And then Macro Power now deals damage immediately upon casting. This is kind of nice because it's going to give you a blink dagger interruption. Like when you're basically ganking from smoke, if you want somebody to break their blink before they blink to safety as you're approaching, this is a good way to do it. Before you'd kind of have to you'd have to do Macro Power and hope that they don't blink in the half second, or you'd have to land your Ice Path. But now you can at least like Macro Power and gap close, and they won't have a blink dagger then. So I think this is fine. This is going to make late game ganks or initiations on Jakiro a little bit better. At least like side lane ganks, not so much team fights. So Juggernaut getting a base damage increase, up 3 base and up 1 max. So we're talking an average of, what is this, 4 increase? His average is now 54, so it's a 2 damage increase. 3 from the bottom, 1 from the top. Yeah, so every point on the bottom is a half point, so that's 1.5, and the top one is a half point, so yeah, 2. 2 points average. So 2 damage increase for Juggernaut. Last hitting will be easier as a result. Blade Fairy Ag's Shard attack rate increased, so it is slower. So the spin is worse with Ag's Shard, right? Yeah, and his crit chance has been increased. So basically they're pushing him a little bit more down the physical pathway. Like I tried playing Jug a lot a couple months ago, and what I found was that like when you get used to the hero, he's actually kind of like boring. He's very like straightforward kind of. It's like your items felt very limited. Your offense was kind of limited to like your spin and shard offensively. Your Omni Slash felt kind of mediocre. Manta builds were okay, but kind of mediocre. It's like he has this like nice little window where you like get pressure, but you can't go crazy on the hero. And you kind of become this like small window carry jump back again, small window carry jump again, back again. And you use healing word and shit to like reset your team. So he's kind of like he's like an atypical carry right now. And they nerfed his shard because it was very good enough where playing him just doesn't feel very solid. And your laning stage doesn't feel that great either. But 2 damage increase will help. This nerf doesn't touch him at all for most of the game. And 10% more damage from Blade Dance is fine. Like that's straight up, it's probably like a 3% damage increase or something based on the Blade Dance crit chance. Which I think, does it scale up to 20? Oops. Is it 20%?
Oh, it's the juggernaut.
Oh, it's up to 35. Oh, that's pretty good. So it'd be 35% of 10. So it's like a 3.5% damage increase, which is pretty big once Blade Dance is maxed out. So, am I doing this right? It's 0.35 of 10. So yeah, it's a 3.5% damage increase. And he's got 2 more damage here. So this is, it's going to make physical build just straight up a little better. Not that it's going to be a huge change, but you will be able to feel it a little bit. Yeah, it is slower. It attacks every 1.4 seconds instead of 1.2. So you will get less attacks from it. In level 10, Blade Fairy Radius increased talent. This is the one where like your Blade Fairy just looks tiny, baby, without that 10 talent. So you have to choose, do I want my Blade Fairy to be a big range, or do you want the other stuff? And that's part of the problem with the hero as well, is that his talents are it's very much about Blade Fairy. Like the Blade Fairy Duration and Blade Fairy DPS talents are like kind of too good to pass up. Do you want 6 seconds of immunity while you're doing 300 damage per second? Like that one is just so much better. But Healing Word cooldown is definitely good. 5 stats definitely gets you over the mid game a little bit more. But yeah, even like the Blade Dance Lifesteal talent. So when you crit 35% of the time, 40% of the damage you deal will be lifesteal. So like you can definitely get some like right click builds, but yeah, his win rate is not great. But yeah, Maelstrom Shard, a little bit worse, you're right on that. Alright, Keeper of the Light, attacks to kill Will-O-Wisp is increased by 1. Woo! Kunkka, terrible win rate at the major, still picked in dire situations and still lost. I think it had like a sub 10% win rate by the end. Damage delayed increase by 5%. So they're making Ghost Ship a little bit better to help you survive burst lineups and give you opportunities to heal through it. I mean, it's kind of valuable because basically you go from taking 60% of the damage to taking 55. So we're talking 5 out of what, 12? Or 1 out of 12 damage resistance increase during Ghost Ship. It's going to matter, but for some like sustain lineup type stuff, but I don't think it's going to change his win rate at all. Like the problem with Kunkka right now, I feel like, is that X combos are decent, but like a lot of the heroes just feel like it feels like a lot of people buy mobility right now. Whether that's force staffs, like all supports buy force staffs at the tournament. I don't think I saw any glimmers actually. Like almost no glimmers. I feel like every support bought force, which is why they increased the mana cost of it. It was like too good by compared. They bought Greaves and they bought force staffs. Cores bought force staffs as well, like a lot of force staffs. So like the problem is like Kunkka comboing somebody just felt difficult, and cores had BKBs. Cores have dodges, cores have mobility. So like landing your combo was like not a guaranteed kill. And afterwards, Kunkka just didn't feel that good after he does his one combo. So yeah, this is one way to buff him that could be helpful, but I don't know if it's going to make a difference. Leshrac going to get another nerf. 10 less damage to Pulse Nova, so this plus Bloodstone is hurting Lesh. Some of the teams really played Lesh a decent amount, but not every team did. So I'm slightly surprised to see a nerf, but this is not going to... I mean, it actually kind of matters a lot. Level 1. Pulse Nova is going to be way worse. I mean, a little bit worse. But the hero still does do a lot of damage, so... Lich is going to get a buff. Didn't get touched much at the major. I know it got picked, but I think it had bad win rate, so more int for Lich would be good. Better cast time for Frost Blast. Cast range rescaled. This is kind of nice. Kind of justifying picking the hero a little bit more. Core Lich gets better every single fucking day, guys. It's only a matter of time till Core Lich is in the meta. 10 talent with that AoE nuke. Oh, so good. Except for the mid game when like everybody just kind of runs you down. But like once you get like Shard, you can solo kill a lot of fucking heroes. But Frost Blast is kind of sick. Extra cast range is going to be really nice late game for almost all liches. Most people don't max Frost Blast very quickly, but it really does do a lot of damage with the 10 talent. It's like a 500 AoE damage. It's like a 500 damage nuke or some shit. It's pretty monstrous. Every 7 seconds or some shit. 8 seconds. Lina, the top 2 hero of the tournament, did make it through. Team Liquid was not too worried about it during the group stage. They lost it 3 times in the finals, but again, they had a stand-in, so it wasn't the same. But it seemed like they knew how to deal with it, and almost no other team could. But still, top 2 of the tournament. Let's see how they got nerfed. All right, number 1. Here's the easiest one. Let me just give you an overview of how Lina worked and why she was so good. People discovered this build where they would get 1 point Dragon Slave only for the whole game. They would level stats instead. And then they would max Fiery Soul, her passive, right away. And basically, they could keep Fiery Soul maxed out all the time, giving her a huge amount of movement speed and attack speed. And this insane movement and attack speed plus attack range meant that she just out DPS'd literally every single fucking hero in the whole game. In the whole game. The only heroes that could beat her one-on-one with like equal farm was like an Ursa or a Marcy directly in front of her. Those are the only heroes that could basically beat her. Or you'd have to like Chronosphere her or something and kill her. So basically any other carry could not stand up to her. Her laning stage was really solid because she could easily kick your offlaners out, typically, because she could outrange and outdamage them. You would go Brown Boots with Falcon Blade, which gave you HP and mana regen and damage. And then you'd buy a Maelstrom, which allowed you to farm insanely fast. Because every like 8 seconds or so, you would use level 1 Dragon Slave, which would only cost like 80 mana or something like that. 800 mana, whatever it was. And this would mean that you keep your Fiery Souls up and you just farm insanely fast. And then you'd go Gleipnir, Force Staff, BKB at some point. They would buy Boots Travel eventually, most of the time, but it was not like your first 3 items typically. Those too greedy. So, and then you'd max Light Strike Array as well, and you kind of just, you basically like, it was like literally, you did so much damage, it wasn't fucking worth casting your spells half the time. It was like, it would just simply, you might think like, why not max Dragon Slave? It's because she literally did more damage attacking. Because in the time that it takes you to throw a level 4 Dragon Slave out, it's like you could attack like 4 times instead, and you'd get like 1 Maelstrom proc there. So you do more damage just auto attacking. So they left Dragon Slave low to keep the mana cost low, and to give you a little bit of stats, which is nice. Armor, 120 HP, little mana. So that way you could get by with just the Falcon Blade for mana regen. You wouldn't really run out of mana fast enough. So to nerf this, they are going to make level 1 Dragon Slave worse. So you can't rely on just Dragon Slave to spam creeps. And you would basically use Dragon Slave because the cast range was the longest. It was AoE, so you could hit a lot of creep waves. And that would mean that you could basically just cast Dragon Slave to repeatedly keep your Fiery Soul up. You didn't necessarily want to use Light Strike Array, although you would use it sometimes, because if you use Light Strike Array, it's on cooldown, and you can't use it offensively or defensively as a stun. So you'd basically just use Dragon Slave to keep your aura up, and it was totally fine. Now, the cooldown is such that the hero might struggle. We got to check the duration of Fiery Soul.
Let's heat
It lasts
things
18
up.
seconds. Okay, still very viable for Fiery Soul to be up with Dragon Slave, but the fact that it's on a longer cooldown means that if you keep it at level 1, you're not going to be able to, you might not have as many windows to Dragon Slave to keep your Fiery Soul up, and if that's the case, you need to cast a spell that affects 7 units to max out Fiery Soul again. So Fiery Soul will have slightly worse downtime if people keep Dragon Slave at level 1. They're also going to increase the mana cost of Light Strike Array at all levels, which is going to mean in the laning stage, you'll be a little bit more hurt on mana. But most Linas will still max Light Strike Array second. The only times they didn't was usually if there was a Rubik on the enemy team, because they didn't want to give them a level 4 Light Strike Array. So this will not affect Lina a huge amount, but it will affect her a little bit in the laning stage. This will potentially affect Lina a little bit throughout the game, but may not be that big of a deal. And then here's going to be the bigger nerfs probably. Fiery Soul. Oh, and keep in mind that her level 20 talent made her attack speed fucking insane. We'll go over the numbers here to complain, or to show you the difference. Actually, it might be good to use this a sheet for this. Okay, so the problem though is that this is kind of in my way a little bit. Okay, there we go. So before, she would get 40 attack speed per charge, up to 7 Fiery Soul stacks. So she was getting 280 attack speed with her Fiery Soul maxed out. So she would just keep it at 7 all the time, and she would Dragon Slave a new creep of any kind, and that would keep it at 7. And so she just had 280 attack speed. Now, at level 4, it's going to be reduced to this. Now it's only going to be 224 attack speed. So right off the bat, she's lost 66 attack speed, 56 attack speed. So 56 less attack speed at all stages of the game. Her move speed duration went from 3 to, or percentage went from 3 to 2.5. And then her movement speed has gone from 21% to 17.5. So she's going to be easier to catch. She won't be able to run you down as well. And she's going to have less attack speed. So your ability to kill her before she kills you is just going to be better now. And her farm speed is going to be slower. And then her 15 talent, she gets less health there, which was kind of hopeful. And then the 20 talent was where shit got really insane. That added an extra 15 per level. So that meant she was getting 55 attack speed. And 4% movement. It's not going to autocomplete. So that means that at level 20, she had 385 attack speed just from her skills and her talent. 385. And she's a max range hero. How can you possibly fucking compete with that in a DPS battle if your hero always has 385 attack speed and 28 movement speed? It's bonkers. It's going to be worse now, though, because instead of 55, it's going to be 32 plus 10 now. So it's going to be 42. So now she's going to have 294 attack speed at level 7 at level 20 with the talent instead of 385. And her movement speed will be the same. Actually, it's less because it was less before, so it's only 3.5. These are all like really organized badly. Sorry about that, but okay. So now she's only going to have, these are her. Let's organize this better. So yeah, now she's 294 attack speed with 20, just under 25 movement speed, and before she used to be 385 at 28. So is this build still viable? It probably is, but it's going to be, there's going to be less, there's going to be less wiggle room. You're not going to have as much overwhelming DPS, which means, like, imagine using a Satanic against somebody, like let's put a Satanic on Lena, but now she has 100 less attack speed. It's a big difference. It's like 91 less attack speed. So now she just has 91 less attack speed. That's almost, it's like a Hyperstone and a half. So she just is going to have like 2,000 gold worth of items. No, it's more than that. It's like 3,000 gold. She's basically has 3,000 gold worth of attack speed less now with this change to her hero. So it's going to be a big difference. Like before, when she'd use Satanic, it's like there's no fucking way you kill her through this unless she's stunned. Now it's possible. Like maybe your hero is farmed enough. Or maybe you're bashing her sometimes. Or maybe you're playing some like... So like she was just so fucking powerful. Like I genuinely believe that Lena with this build was probably one of the strongest heroes in all of Dota 2 history. This was like Troll Sniper era type strength, genuinely. She was that fucking strong. Like that's what we saw at the major, literally. Was that you could beat her with like tempo and shit, because there was she had some weaknesses that Liquid could exploit with their full roster, but basically against any other quality, like she just was too fucking strong. She was way too strong. Game warpingly strong, I agree with that. She was definitely game warpingly strong. She was just too strong. Her damage was just way too high. It was just way too high. So she needed to be nerfed. And this is going to do a lot to deal with that. But she'll still be strong. All right. And then, yeah, that's it. So still going to be strong. But it'll be a lot easier to deal with her in the mid game, and her items will come slower now. She was like the fastest farming hero in the game. She was the fastest moving hero in the game. She had like the longest attack range, and her DPS was just so fucking incredibly high that she was out of control. And if you didn't get on her and stun her, she would stun you back and then just out DPS you. And if you both had BKBs, she would out DPS you. And she could itemize pretty flexibly too. So less abusive in lane. It's less abusive in lane, but she'll still be good, I imagine. She's still going to be about as good at laning stage, is what it looks like to me. She won't be able to Dragon Slave as often, so maybe she won't be able to like pick up her Fiery Souls as quickly if they run out. But she'll still be really good in lane. But her laning was not like the really broken thing about her. The broken thing about her was like her mid and late game DPS. Her status now, yeah, I would agree. Playable but not first pick material is my hunch. Because people are there's gonna be more solutions now. Like literally the only solutions against her was like Drow, Nature's Prophet type carries, but have more of them. Like if you played like Drow NP against her, you would win because that's 2 people hitting you really fucking fast. That was a solution. Disables are good. People would pick Magnus. They'd skewer her away from her team so that they could kill her by herself with stuns and stuff. That was an option. Chronosphere is an option. All of those things are just going to be a little bit more viable now because you have more room for you have more wiggle room now. It's not so much about like you fucked up one fight slightly and she crushes your whole team. Now it's like you could fuck up a fight slightly and still out DPS her kind of a thing. And because she wins slightly less fights, she's going to have slightly less items, which means you're more likely to get item tempo on her and then maybe actually kill her. Like her before 20 is definitely a lot weaker. That's for sure. Because it's 8 out of 40 attack speed difference, which is a lot. What is that? 4 out of 20, 20%. Well, it really is. So she has 20% less attack speed before level 20. That's a huge difference. Huge fucking difference from Fiery Soul. So you could basically just say she has 20% less damage with this build. Huge difference. Huge difference. And then after 20, what were the numbers again? It was 55 versus 42 attack speed difference. Okay, so after level 20, she has 33.7 less percent damage, less damage. So she has 33% less damage after level 20 than she did before. And before 20, she has 20% less damage. So those nerfs with the right-click build. The right-click build is nerfed by 20% damage pre-20, and after 20, it's 33.7% less damage. Huge difference. This means other heroes are going to be like capable of beating her with the right situation. She's probably still good though. Genuinely probably is still good. But it's not going to be like fucking bonkers insane like it was. All right. That is Lina. I'm ready for her to not be first phase banned in almost every game. She loses 30% of her attack speed and she's still the highest DPS hero in a team fight. I see what you're saying, and she probably still is, but it's not going to be quite the same now. I promise. Like, it really will affect the game impact a lot. There's going to be a lot of games where, like, you fight her in the mid game before she gets satanic, and she kills you slightly before you kill her. And that changes the game massively versus you killing her before she kills you. And now you're ahead in item, and you farm for a minute that she doesn't farm. And now the game tempo is really different. Like, it really does change the game a lot. If you want to play Magic Lina, it's still good. It's slightly nerfed. Slightly nerfed here. I want to play Magic Lina. I genuinely enjoy Magic Lina, but it's not... It's probably not good compared to other 4s, but I might do it. Fuck it. I did go over Muerta already at the start of the stream. All right, Lion. Base armor increased by 1. Hell yeah. Base agility decreased. No! They did this because base armor is kind of a lot. And then Finger of Death cooldown increased. This is very fair, I think. 160 was kind of a lot for the hero. It really felt like it took you out of the map for a long time when you used Finger of Death. It's like very easy to grief yourself when you just use it to get like damage. You have to use it to get big cores. Like if you use it to kill supports, it just feels really bad. Because then it's like, oh, I'm fucking useless for a really long time. But so 1 armor increase is really good. It's going to make your HP go farther. Losing 3 agility is not the end of the world. This means you lose... It's not... You don't end up gaining a full armor. You're going to gain like half an armor-ish. But you're going to lose 3 attack speed. So you're going to do less damage trading, but your regen's going to go farther, which is kind of good. So he'll be more survivable. Let me look at his base armor now. Where are we at, bro?
Feel my claw.
It says 2.5. Let me check in game just in case. Sometimes those numbers are weird.
Demon witch.
Can you guys do me a favor and check to see how much armor
Prepare
per
for battle.
agility per armor? It's either 6 or 7, but they changed it. I think they changed it back and forth. I can't remember if it's 7 or 6 right now. So 2.5 armor. That's fine. It is 6. You guys are all saying 6. Okay. Wiki says 6. Okay. So yeah, so it's half armor increase. So he's got 2.5 armor instead of
To hell
2.
and back.
Hold alt, look at Iron Branch. That would have been a really good thing to do right before I closed out. But thank you. I'll check that next time I'm in. So yeah, half an armor increase for Lion and less attack speed. So pretty small change, but it should make his laning stage better, almost certainly. Because 3% attack speed when you're only attacking a couple times in the laning stage doesn't make that much of a difference. Like in small trades, you'll attack like 4 to 5 times at a time. So it's not really that much lost time. The armor is definitely worth it. It means that all of your regen is more effective. Like armor is just really strong to have with regen. So I would argue that if tangos become more popular over mangoes, that Lion is just better with this patch. Well, I mean, if mangoes were still good, Lion still would have been fine. But mango spam on Lion's kind of mediocre anyways because you have mana regen. So I guess you could argue that Lion was just like inferior to so many other supports last patch. Anyways, I like the line changes, look nice. Luna was semi-ignored at the tournament, but Shopify Rebellion XEG, like RTZ, played Luna quite a lot, very successfully. Ag Shard duration increased from 12 to 15. This is needed. The Shard had some potential. There was one fight that RTZ used it well, I thought. But he got it for free. He didn't pay money for the Shard ever. But no, he did really good on his Luna at the tournament. I was really pleased. And then the damages increased as well. Yeah, the Shard needed a buff, I think. But it's like close to being good, in my opinion. I think the build that RTZ went, I think he went Mask of Menace, Dragonlance, and then he went like BKB, then he went Hurricane Pike almost every game, which I thought was nice. And then he would go BKB in there, and then Silver Edge. Silver Edge was always like his 5th item. So it gave him a lot more like ability to fight and stay alive. When I play Luna, I go really farm heavy. Did he go Manta? I feel like he got Manta as well. Pretty sure he got Manta. Almost certainly. But the Hurricane Pike was kind of cool because he would use it to protect himself basically almost every fight. And that's the downside to Luna, is that like it's kind of easy to commit to fighting Luna and then she has to pop BKB and then you kind of just kill her afterwards is usually what happens. But the Force Staff really helped him with disengage, re-engage. I'm going to really quickly go look at the game. I want to see which one it was because I'm curious what items he built. These are still flipped for some god-awful reason in the year 2023. Don't know why. Oh, this game did not go well. Dragonlance, Manta. I didn't watch these games, actually. I didn't watch this series. I was relaxing. But there was another one that they played him. Luna? Is it this one? Or is it backwards? Yeah. This game he went breakdowns? No. Graphs, player items. Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, BKB, Hurricane Pike, Silver Edge, and then other shit depending on the game. So yeah. No Manta. Did not go Manta. I guess this is maybe a trap that I do, that I buy Manta often when I play the hero. And then what's this one? And then did EG play it one game too? No, they're both Arteeses. Graph, items. Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, BKB, Hurricane Pike. Yeah, he just doesn't buy Manta anymore. Okay, good to know. I've been buying Manta when I play Luna, but if you skip it, it probably just helps you. Because the problem is that, like, Manta's good in some cases, but the Hurricane Pike is just better for survivability reasons, and he already has Dragonlance anyways. So it's really not that expensive. And it allows him to, like, stay alive, not commit as hard in some cases. He can protect himself without BKB, which means he gets to save BKB for the big moments, you know? And then he buys other items as needed. Scotty, Silver Edge. So good to know. Arteezy thinks Manta is bad on Luna now. Even though you can farm with it, it's like it just doesn't make you that strong. And it's more important for your hero to be strong. That way you can, like, go end the game. if there's a nature's or if there's like a, maybe if there's a Trim Protector on the enemy team, he might do it. I think they played it down here too, didn't they? Any Lunas? No Lunas. Is this the game the series they lost against Astra? Oh wait, that's EG. Whoops. We're looking for Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, these stage got smashed against Liquid, I think. This might have been group stage. We might be in group stage territory. Anyways, yeah, no Manta. Good to know. Back. Okay. Very important to update your item builds based on like what pros think are good. It's almost always correct. It's basically always correct, more or less. Sometimes it's like a playstyle that's specific that you have to play around, but yeah. All right, Medusa, Mystic Snake, base damage increased. Medusa was one of the few range heroes that basically just didn't get touched at the tournament. Like she really just didn't get touched much. Didn't she get nerfed a little bit before in the last patch? I think she did, because she was played in DPC, but I think she got little baby nerfs, and she just ends up being too slow. You either need a carry that's way stronger late game, or and the other issue is she doesn't do enough single target damage. Like she's so fucking overshadowed by Alina, for example. It's not even close, because Medusa's single target damage is not good. So you could never kill Alina before Alina kills you, for example. She'd outrange you, out DPS you, out mobility you. You pop ulti and she just walks away and comes back, you know. So buffing the hero is probably needed. So buff the damage a little bit, 220. This is kind of a big deal. Thank you, Moxie. She did 1/10 of Alina's single target DPS. Yeah, basically. Well, not even kidding. And then Mystic Snake cooldown reduction reduced. Increased from 2 to 3. Which means it can go down to a 7-second cooldown.
I'll avenge you.
Pretty much everybody gets split shot penalty. It's -10. I wonder what the win rate is. It's actually getting kind of comparable. Oh my god, I forgot about this fucking talent, dude. The snake one. There's probably some value to the snake, actually. Look at all these snake talents, dude. I forgot about this one, the Mystic Snake bounces. These snake talents are kind of cool. What's the turn slow? 50%. So that's movement speed and turn slow. So the turn slow would become 65 and the movement slow would become 45. The slow one kind of looks appealing, actually. Mana Shield's incredible, guys, but if you have Lek disable, the snake one looks really appealing. Like the win rate's really high in comparison. Look at that. Because now they're 45% slowed for 3 seconds. And their turn is bad, 65%. And the turn slow actually matters, right? Because what you want to do is you want to snake them and ulti. That means that the amount of time they can turn to cast a spell on you and so on is going to be weak. I always forget about that turn slow. So that talent actually looks kind of cool. You're much more likely to proc Stone Gaze on them, basically. Is probably why it has a good win rate. You're better able to force them to stay where they are. If they're slowed 45% instead of 30, you can better run ahead of them to force Stone Gaze. Like that talent actually probably really changes her ability to impact with her ulti. Like her ulti is probably way better with this talent. Because the mana shield per damage can matter if they like go on you when you're by yourself and your team can't back you up. But like in almost all cases when you die in Medusa, it's because your whole team is dead and then they kill you with 5 heroes. So the mana shield is generally not useful there. It's good if you're like by yourself and they jump on you if you make a big mistake. But I feel like your mid game is probably way stronger with the snake talent. And then at 15, these cooldowns or these win rates are similar. Because we're talking a pretty big damage increase, 10%, but lowering the snake cooldown down to 7 seconds, when you get more mana back, you get mana back more often, and you are slowing them more often, that seems kind of cool to me. Obviously not good if they're BKB'd, but once BKBs are down, like it's way better. A 30% slow sucks. It's not very strong. 45 is a lot. That's a lot of slow. That's like an extra 45 movement speed reduction on enemies. It's a huge difference. It's like they basically they lose a boots. And then lowering the snake cooldown down to 7. And then it also would really justify, much more so, having shard too. Because then you're getting single target snakes on people, which again affects their turn radius and movement speed. Next time I play Medusa, I'm going to try this build. Like, I'd probably still build same items. But, I mean, you could probably try an eggs build. It's just not going to farm very fast. Base duration 1.3 stun. But yeah, and then the snake bounce talent at 20 is pretty cool. It's not actually better than stone gaze duration, which I'm not surprised. Because the amount of times that you actually bounce your snake is kind of low. If they have like summons and shit, it's probably sick though. But yeah, if you could land like a monster snake, it'd be cool. Damage increase per jump is 35%. You probably crush creep waves though, right? Do I gotta spreadsheet this? I feel like I should spreadsheet this. So the snake damage just went up to, let's put it like this. Snake damage just went up. Click here. So it used to be 200 and now it is 220. And this is 1, 2, 3. Anyways, equals this times 0.35. Is this how it works? Or 1.35? So hits the first guy, jumps 3 times, jumps once, twice, 3 times. Does it really do this much damage? Seems kind of a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's no way it does this much damage, right? Surely these aren't the numbers, right? That looks right. You think so? So if this bounces, well, first off, I mean, this is what it reads like. So if it's exactly the same, here's our damage increase. It's not insubstantial, but if you bounce an extra 2 times, it's like insane. Is it 35% of the base damage, not cumulative? Yeah, let's demo it. We gotta check the math. Wiki says damage goes linearly, not exponentially. Okay, so the math is wrong. So it's not like this.
Prepare for battle.
So it adds up to 77 damage per bounce. So that would mean... Okay, so what we should do is... We'll put that here. Yeah, exponentially seemed a little insane. Bro, why won't it just do what I'm telling you to do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So
Tremble.
Right. Right. Mystic Snake.
453. Is that correct? Oh, that was after reduction. Probably about right. Yeah. Let's do... Oops. Times 0.75. For magic resistance. Yeah, that looks right.
Mystic Snake.
Last one, 453. The numbers are a little off, but pretty close, right? Okay, and then if we want, go up to like 20. It'll be cooldown, snake bounces.
Rush. Play, my pet.
569. I don't know what numbers I'm doing wrong, but what was that, 569? Why is it so much less?
Snake's kiss.
Those are the old numbers? Oh, the 77 is wrong? Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, no, but this is, I did the math though. This is 35% of the base. I don't know what's wrong, but it's like slightly wrong. Anyways. So this is a little underwhelming, I thought. It's like not as good as I thought it would be. So you don't do damage based on the mana or anything, right? Obviously I gain the mana, but total bounces are one less than what I have. You're saying that there's one more bounce here? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it's correct. 8 doesn't work. First guy, second guy, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this one doesn't. Oh, so I was looking at 569 here. Is that what I was doing? Okay. Thank you.
Mystic Snake.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Okay. Well, I don't know. The slow's kind of cool potentially. The numbers are lower than I thought they would be. You don't always get a lot of opportunities to snake like multiple people.
Slithering.
But obviously if it hits everybody, it's fucking amazing. And if there's a bunch of creeps like this, there's a lower chance that it actually just hits the wrong people. But these are pretty beefy hits, like 500 magic damage from a snake. And on a low cooldown like this, it has some potential, certainly. Like, maybe there's some kind of a Dusa build where you do more utility and less, like, all-in. Like, if you go some, like, a Mjolnir build or something, it could be better. Not that it's very traditional, but it'd be, like, a way to do damage. It's not as good as, like, the raw damage build, probably the Manta stuff. But this has more, like, teamfight utility, I feel like, so it's kind of cool as an idea. Like, if you do some, like, Mjolnir type build, it could be kind of cool. But yeah, typically just, like, Manta plus extra shit is just better because you farm faster. And if you go Manta Mjolnir, it's not good. You could do some, like, Mask of Madness build, maybe, but Mask of Madness is kind of good on the hero. Some shit like this and go push towers.
Hooray!
Because then, you know, you just do this. And the minus armor that you get if you have mana shield on, most of that doesn't get affected, so I don't know, it's kind of cool, but maybe worth trying around. The snake talents alone, I think, have potential for, like, making the hero a different playstyle, so it might be okay if you go more snake talents to go different itemization. You could maybe even go, like, some weird fucking Deso Ags build could actually work. That would be fun. Go like a Deso Ags build. The reason is because you do bonus physical damage with Stone Gaze, so like Deso on her could work. The problem is that like these generic stat items are just better, right? Because they give her decent damage and they give her insane health. So like going some like Deso doesn't feel good because it's like, well, where's the stats, bro? I want stats, you know? But with the snake talents, I could definitely see it be potentially fun to fuck around with. Deso Ags. You just do so much single target damage once they get stoned by snake. Snake plus gaze is good in AD. Deuce is just boring. Not with this build, bro. I'm gonna fuck around. I gotta write this down. Deusa snake builds Ags question mark? Deso question mark? Maelstrom question mark? MOM question mark? Alright. Marana. Ag's shard damage increased by 20. The distance has also increased by 200. That means when you land for 800 units in front of you, you get hit by the leap shard. Which we will take a look. Oops.
Sagan,
slows
How
by
about we go win
30%
the
for
war?
2.5 seconds. Woo! So if you like arrow and hit a guy and then you leap in, it's kind of cool. Like the range being increased is good. Why does it say initial cone and final cone? Oh, the radius. I see it. It grows. And it gives you one more charge, which is kind of cool. But it's kind of a goofy shard. I don't think I've seen anybody buy it, and when they do, I can't even tell they have it, to be honest. The range is long. Like I'm not going to disagree with this. But the slow is really kind of mediocre. Like you could argue for some like buy shard on Muerta instead of Yule's thing, where you like leap to get closer. They're now slowed by 30%. It's easier to land your mid-range arrow type shit. And yeah, it does do damage. But almost every Muerta I feel like is going to use it on some like cool item, because Muertas buy cool items. Like it's a boring shard. That's why people hate it. And it doesn't do that much. But it does have a purpose. I want more shards. Oh fuck, I shouldn't have pressed that. I thought I nailed it. There it is.
Looks like we have our work cut out for us, eh, Sagan?
Damage slow, some cone. It's a 450 radius. I mean, you could easily hit the whole fight with this. Like, it's a 450 final cone radius, which is like a lot. It's a big cone. And they're all going to be slowed for 2.5 seconds. Like, if you do a Ags leap in with the Starstorm, it's a lot of damage. It's genuinely a lot of damage. 500 AoE damage. It's good. If you've got Ags, sure. Shitload of fucking damage. Like, a lot of AoE damage. Like, you generally can become an AoE monster with a shard in this. And the 800 range is huge. There's at least a little value there. But I like I said, I just see people buying Maelstrom, or I see them buying a Greaves, or I see them buying a Spirit Vessel or a Yule's or something instead. I just feel like it's better. But those builds have options. Like if you really truly want to impact, there's a bunch of AoE and shit, you could probably justify buy Ag Shard to like leap in just to land some AoE damage. To clear all the little shit a bit faster. Some like pushing lineup type shit. Leap in, cast Starstorm, leap out. Kind of cool. But I'm not certain it is amazing. Monkey King base agi increased by 1. Woo! 1 damage. Does this feel to anybody else like they were like, bro, the patch is coming out tomorrow and we have to make it very small because DPC starts soon. And for Monkey King, all we changed was Primal Spring max channel time was decreased by 0.1. We need something else. And they were like, give him 1 agility. Does it feel like that to anybody else? Max channel time, 0.1 seconds. Woo! Just 1 agility. I mean, it's better than 1 damage. Don't look at me weird, but 1 attack speed increase, 1/6 armor. Naga Siren Ensnare, cast range decreased. Little nerfs to the hero here was popular. Ag Scepter cast range increased. So they're making reel in even better. Wait, does this just offset it? Let me do a quick calculator here. 575 times 1.6 is 920. And 650 times 1.5 is 975. So the range goes down for either, but it's not as extreme. So when you get Ags, it's still pretty good. It's 920 cast range with the Ags versus 975 before. But yeah, I think this is fair. Level 4 Ensnare being long cast range was like pretty annoying. Because you don't really know which Naga's real, and then they just yeet you with a net. Make the hero a little bit worse. And then Song of the Siren cooldown, much worse level 1, which is fine because most people start skilling it right before they get level 2 anyways. Oh, thank you so much for the subs. Gamer Kush, 10 subs, thank you. And reel and pull speed is increased. Okay, good. Her arms are... She got a better fishing rod. Good for her. Nature's Prophet. Agility decreased from 22 plus 3.6 to 20 plus 3.4. Prophet definitely one of those other heroes that was cracked. His BAT got reduced a lot recently, like in the last couple months, so that's part of the reason he was such an effective carry. But lowering his agility is going to go a ways to dealing with that. Not like a lot. I mean, this is really not that much of a difference, right? No, not that. Close this, close this. Like, we're really not talking a lot. Let's see, 22 plus 3.6. Bro, can't you just make an assumption here, Google? 19, 25, 20 equals. Wow. Check this shit out, guys. At level 25, this motherfucker has 7 less agility. Incredible. Woo! 2 of which comes at the start of the game. So he's got 5 less agility by the end of the game. Well, not the end of the game, but, you know, towards the late game. So, yeah, pretty minor. 2 less agility, a little bit less armor, a little bit less attack speed. Attack speed does matter because his BAT is good, but, yeah, that was really not much of a change. Wrath of Nature base damage change is going to matter a little bit for those, like, first couple ultis where they get kills. And then, oh, the int gain being decreased does matter. It's like 0.2 over 25 levels, so it's like 5 less agility or 5 less damage late game. It's not a huge amount, but his attack speed is definitely the one that needed nerfing more than his int because his attack speed is so good. So Prophet is still going to be picked a lot at the major or at the during DPC without a fucking doubt. Well, okay, treants do 10% less damage to towers. That's a nerf to him. His agility gain is slightly worse, but not enough for it to matter that much. And his int gain is slightly worse. So he's still going to be really good at the major, in my opinion, or at the during DPC. I think Nature's Prophet has been nerfed the least of the 3 big heroes of Brood, Lina. Maybe Brood nerfed a little bit less, arguably. But I feel like this is just such little agility, it's not going to matter. He just attacks way too fucking fast. Like, he needs way more agility nerf than this, in my opinion. Because you basically don't have to buy an agility item. You actually like don't need to buy armor items on this hero almost ever. And people do buy AC at some point, but it's like it's not like a fucking rush or anything. They're like, oh, I guess it's time to buy AC. It's not like, man, I really need AC, you know? So, I don't know. This is a pretty minor nerf to me, but maybe the tower siege shit will matter. But he's going to be basically just as good in lane, and he's really solid in laning. Level 20 talent. All right, this is a big fucking nerf. Huge nerf here. Level 20 talent, Sprout Leashes no longer pierces spell immunity. This one matters a lot because there's a lot of heroes he would just completely fucking counter. This means you don't just instantly beat Pangolier. He starts rolling around, you just fucking sprout him and he can't move. You can't just like always lock down people. Like there's a BKB window now, so they can counter this if they really need to with BKB. They don't have to buy a 4-staff. So late game wise, that's going to give you a way to beat Nature's Prophet. That's going to make him feel more vulnerable. That you can actually run at him with any mobile hero that like Puck or Ember or some shit, and you don't have to worry about the leash if you have a BKB. If you don't have a BKB, then you might have trouble. So maybe Puck is a bad example, but for your like Ember type heroes, you can actually run at him now. Because that was like the issue, right? NP's weak to gap close, and now that once he gets this talent, he's just like very protected, and it's dangerous for people to try him. But now they can try him, pop BKB, and get out. So there will be more kill opportunities against Nature's Prophet in the late game in teamfight situations. So that part will be good, but Nature's Prophet is still going to do like a lot of damage. So his ultra late game is weaker, but him as a carry is still really fucking strong, and it barely got nerfed. So I expect NP still be very popular, but maybe I'm underestimating the power of this talent in saying that maybe it like will really fucking upend the hero, and it's not going to be worth it to play him because his late game is too vulnerable against divey heroes. Possibility. Definitely a possibility. All right, Necrophos. I believe unpicked unbanned at the tournament. 160 mana, level 4 Death Pulse. This is very nice to the hero. It will be easier to gain mana. Buff to ability draft too. It will be much easier to use this ability without having Heartstopper Aura. But as a whole, the hero still has some issues. Still very slow. Still very counterable by magic bursters. Once they get Nullifier, you are fucked. Your ultimate is such a long cooldown that it's a little bit more of a get more regen on your hero than it is a use it to like pick off crucial heroes. Although it's good at that, it's just the cooldown was so long that like when things like buyback come into the mix, it feels a little bit hard to utilize the hero's damage and stuff. It's like the hero works if you get mega tanky and with lots of regen, but by the point that you get mega tanky, they get a couple items that deal with you really, really well. So it makes it harder to play. You think the Necro buff is huge? I mean, it's going to matter a lot in the laning stage. You'll max Death Pulse right away, and every time you Death Pulse, you're going to have 30 more mana than before. So you could, I guess you could argue that like your early game tempo is just going to be so much better now. And by early game, I mean your laning stage tempo. Because now, when you nuke a whole creep wave, you're going to get a bigger percentage of your mana back. Like, let's take a look at... So, if you have level 1 Heartstopper Aura, it's 4 mana regen per kill for 8. So, for every creep that you kill, it's 8 times 4, which is 32. So, if you kill 4 creeps, you're getting 32 times 4, which is 168 mana. Wait, I did that wrong. 60... It's 120. 128 mana. So before killing 1 creep wave with 1 death pulse means you only lose like 30 mana, whereas before it was like 90 mana. No, not 90, 60. So that's a pretty big difference. You think you can get away with 4-0-2-1 build now? Yeah, you don't have to get Ghost Shroud, that's true. But the difference between 1 Heartstopper and 2 is not much. It's 25% more. So 5 times 4, 40 per creep means 80 means 160. So yeah, 2 Heartstopper, 1 Death Pulse, and you go neutral on mana, not counting your base regen. So yeah, 2 Heartstopper, 4 Death Pulse. Yeah, equal mana if you kill the whole creep wave. If you use 2 Death Pulses, then you're going negative. But yeah, so it'll be easier to like abuse lanes. So you could argue like one of Necro's benefits in pro games in the past was like his laning stage was very good. You could like harass heroes while getting last hits, so he kind of like smashed melee heroes. But maybe the mana balance was like not in his favor, and now it's just going to feel easy to do that again. You'll just like spam him and shit and like out harass. Heartstopper Aura at stack range, stack duration. So yeah, way more mana here with this talent. Death Pulse heal, regen reduction. The restore is up to 75, and then Lake Him. His talents used to be kind of cool. Now I feel like they're a little mediocre. Death Pulse cooldown 1 is actually better now. Yeah, probably even better now. 2.5 second cooldown. Spam that shit. Anyways, Stay Alive is Necro. Oh, I bet some like Radiance builds are actually viable on this hero again now since the item got buffed. It's kind of crazy. Like it's a little bit overkill. That actually might be good, legitimately, to go like a Radiance build instead of fucking around with like Kaya Sanj shit. Just go some like Radiance Rush or like Hood into Radiance. I actually could see that being good. I'm gonna try that. I'm writing that shit down. Radiance Necrophos. Definitely writing that shit down. That sounds very fun. Doesn't sound fun against Muerta, I gotta say. But Radiance has got to be better because it's like way cheaper now, right? It's like 4,700 gold. Much easier to farm, and once you get it, your farm is off the fucking charts on the hero, and then you don't have to worry as much about your ulti landing for damage or doing some like ulti combo thing. All right, Ogre Magi. Ignite Slow is being buffed as you max it out. Pretty solid slow, 3% extra, and then Fireball damage increased by 35 damage, which is not that bad. I mean, this will definitely help Ogre. Usually max out Ignite anyways, so a little bit more slow is helpful, and it lasts for a long time. So pretty solid. Fire Shield is kind of forgettable, but can be quite good. I don't know. I mean, if you Fire Shield somebody and they get 3 hits on them, that's kind of a lot now. It's like 480 magic damage going back to the guy that's attacking you. That's pretty cool. That's like a huge amount of magic damage. It's like getting Dagon 2'd if one guy attacks you. It is 3, right? Yeah, 3 attacks from enemy heroes. It absorbs 85% of the damage. That's kind of cool. It's one of those shards where you like buy it and you just totally forget that it's there, you know? It's very easy to forget about it, but increasing the damage I think is a cool thing. As long as, I mean, the people that jump you are probably going to have BKB on a lot of times, but it has potential for sure of dealing a lot of damage, especially if you multicast on your whole team before the fight starts. Omni Knight, Degen Aura Radius increase. I regret buying my Crimson Witness Degen Aura cosmetic, I must say, because I bait myself into buying the shard, which is terrible, because I want to show that I have the Crimson, and it's not good. This will make it better. 450 radius is starting to become more reasonable. And the slow is pretty solid. 40% slow. It's kind of a sick amount of slow, and the radius is getting fat. Hammer purity damage. Oh, like nobody's. It's been like 2 level 25 Omni games. That's why the numbers look weird. That's not true. There's been like 8 or 9 or some shit. Anyways, the hero got played a little bit at the major. His win rate still looks good, but generally he was ignored over. He was played sometimes against Batriders. I think I saw him mostly picked against Batrider. They tried to miss a bat solution. It didn't work that good. It worked okay, but it's not like incredible. So buff Degen Aura, sure. Nobody uses it. It's good if you're a core. You could probably do an Omni Radiance build now, actually. Even better. Go Omni Radiance with Degen, get a shard later. I could definitely see that become viable. Alright, all my builds that I want to do are going to be like weird heroes. Building Radiance. Necrophos Radiance. I think the Necro one's much more viable than the Omni one. But the Omni one's not terrible at all. Because his talents are much better for playing core. Typically. Oracle was played against Batrider. Projectile speed increased to Fortune's End, sure. There was one time Fortune's End almost stunned somebody and it was too slow. Or stopped a TP, but it was too slow. I remember that moment. It was very close. Projectile speed being up. This is actually kind of nice. This is actually really nice because the problem is you cast it, they see you casting it, and they run away. So now the amount of time, the amount of distance they can get between you and to safety between when you start channeling is going to be a little bit smaller. So this is only going to be good. And then the radius increased a bit too. Better chance to AoE it. I think this is cool. Nice buff to Oracle that isn't going to change things that much, but is simply going to make him a little better. I'm sure Topson is salivating. Our World Destroyer. Sandy's Eclipse now deals double damage to illusions. Sure, why not? Fuck the illusions. This is cool. I feel like I haven't seen too many changes like this in a long time, but like a little buff that makes a hero really good in like a specific situation. And certainly against illusions is a cool way because it's somewhere where OD really struggles. A long time ago, OD's orb used to do bonus damage to illusions. Like in Dota 1 days. I don't know if it was like that in Dota 2 ever, but it used to do like 2 or 4 times more damage or something against illusions. Like way more damage. So whenever somebody would create, and summons I think too, if I'm not mistaken. So using your long cooldown ulti to like blast all the illusions I think is good. It makes OD a counter against CK, you could argue. Actually a huge counter against CK because it probably just fucking wrecks them already because they have low int. So very good against CK. Probably okay situationally against Naga, even though Naga generally has a lot of int, I think. It's not that great against... It's good against PL, but not that good, because PL can reset his illusions without too much difficulty. That's why I think it's better against... was it flat bonus damage against illusions? I think you're right. I think it was a flat bonus damage. But yeah, I think this will be nice against your illusion type dudes. Okay, good. It's the right mic. I was scared. Somebody said my mic was crackly, and I was like, I had audio issues before with the other one. Does this mean just did a whole fucking patch with the wrong mic? Ugh. God, I used to do we used to do replay commentaries, replay commentaries. Sometimes I'd record those muted. That shit hurt so bad, but nobody saw it, so it was like me by myself, just quietly recording nothing. Coaching sessions, I did that shit. Oh, it's like wakes you up at night type shit. 7.20 Arcane Orb no longer deals bonus damage against summons and illusions. Cool. Awesome, thank you. All right, Pangolier, Shield Crash, damage decreased. Pango was pretty popular at the major. Not as good as Batrider, but he was like your Ember Spirit level hero, quite good. Level 1 Shield Crash means you can deny against him a little bit better, and his trade, his last hit plus harass, trading is going to be a little bit worse for him at level 1 and level 2, so that'll make regen a little bit better against him. And roll up, this, I'm glad they changed this. No longer applies a basic Dispel upon cast. This was fucked, kind of. I remembered watching, I was doing draft panel for a game, and I was like, this Treant Protector needs to use, they had too many squishy heroes on one team, and I was like, this Treant Protector needs to use Overgrowth to stop Pango from rolling in, and to stop some other hero from, like, BKB wrecking them. And then I watched the game, and it was 20 minutes in, the Pango was dominating, he had Shard already, he rolls in, the Treant Protector uses Overgrowth, the Pangolier instantly presses roll up, and presses roll up again to remove the Overgrowth, and he just kept going. And I was like, that is so fucked up. that a BKB hero who's been countered by a BKB piercing disable can press this 1400 gold shard that's so good for so many other situations, can just instantly remove some like BKB piercing route. I thought that was really fucked up. It also means that it's going to be less effective. Like, and that's the case for anything, right? I could be a Pangolier just walking around, get hit by a root, and I can just fucking press roll up and be like, oh, it's gone. I got a BKB every 40 seconds if I need to use. It's like a Manta, kind of, you know? Or it's like a BKB. It's like a BKB where I'm now rolled up. Like, I think it's fine if he's walking around, gets rooted, has to roll up, and then channels his ulti, and his ulti activating breaks it. That's fine with me. Because then at least he's forced to ulti. But the fact that he could just tap it twice to dispel himself was mega fucked to me. Like, force him to buy a Yule's or a Manta, or to like use his ultimate, or even to say like, I'm rooted, I'm gonna use roll up, and I can't remove it, but at least I'm magic immune. I think that's fine. Like, that gives you, but like it just countered it too hard. I feel like Pangoliers need it since they can't protect themselves in real life. I don't mind if he rolls up. I just want it to cost more, because roll up has other good uses as well. But it being available to like remove the tree roots, I thought was a little too good. And again, Treant was the best support in the tournament, so I expect to see some tree nerfs as well. But this shit felt too good. It's like too good against too many things. Does this mean you could be silenced when you roll up? Like, if I'm silent, well, you can't use roll up if you're silenced, I suppose. It's basically for roots is the main thing. Roots and slows. It would stay on you, but you would be magic immune afterwards, which sounds fine. Force them to use, if they get initiated on, to use roll up, or to use Rolling Thunder. That's fine. Let them protect themselves by guaranteeing Rolling Thunder gets charged or gets channeled, but don't let them also use it to just like cover themselves all the time in minor situations. It'll be harder. It'll be easier to poke Pangoliers basically, and to force them to use resources than before. Whereas before, if they're really good, they could just like fuck with you all the time. It says it doesn't apply to Dispel anymore. It used to though. Yeah. Okay. Phantom Assassin, Stifling Dagger, base damage increased. Dispel radius is decreased. So it'll be easier to be blurred in a team fight. Dispel meaning like once they're close to you. It used to be 600. I thought it was less than that. Am I crazy? I could have swore it was less than that. I thought that you had to be a lot closer to people.
Assassin.
This is Vanish radius is 400. I thought it was less than that, but I must be wrong. So this means you can be 400 units from a blurred PA before it comes back. Was it 1,000? I don't think it was 1,000. You're thinking maybe smoke or something, but yeah, this is nice. It means if you're like jungling in the jungle, it's going to be much easier for you to see people coming and for you to evade the ganks if you are blurred. But yeah, this hero is kind of shit. So little buffs here will be fine. Puck, Waning Rift damage is decreased. Puck had a really good tournament. It was not one of the most broken heroes, but it was definitely like a second phase ban type hero. Some teams did really good with her. So a little nerf to Waning Rift is fine. No big deal. Pudge, Ag Scepter bonus damage per second decreased a little. Pudge was not uncommonly picked at the major. A little baby nerf here I think is fine, but don't nerf non-eggs builds, because carry Pudge is like the only way that Pudge got played, without a doubt. It was only played carry the times that it got picked. So a small nerf there is fine. Pugna life drain. Ag shard refracted damage percentage increase. Thank God it was so bad. It was so bad. 75 is fine. If you're doubling it, you're doing 150 instead of 140. I don't think anybody bought this shard ever. Even the Pugnas that got played at the tournament. Stormstormer played it a little bit on Entity. But yeah, it's the shard is not good. I'm certain the shard is not good. Needs more buffs. Queen of Pain did actually get played at the tournament. Win rate wasn't good, and it was picked often against Batrider where it was okay because you have a better chance to like lane against it and not feed. And the dagger will help trade off of regen. So damage increased by 2 is a nice buff for Quap. Razor Storm Surge, Ag Shard, Forked Light now is a 1 second internal cooldown. Oh, okay. I think this is fine. Razor didn't get picked much at all. I saw him like 1 or 2 games tops. But the shard is definitely the best thing about the hero, and you need to nerf the shard to buff the other aspects about the hero. So I'm okay with this. 1 second internal cooldown is still fine. It just basically is going to really remove the viability of like the Bloodstone build. Because you can't just like proc at a shitload in this like little 5 second lifesteal window. So I would say that Bloodstone Razor is probably for sure dead now. If not that it wasn't before. I think buying Ag Shard on Razor is still going to be good. No doubt about that. It's probably, I mean, it's a lot worse. This is actually a lot worse. Because, but if you're playing some like Skywrath Mage or something and you click like, or Line, and you click a lot of buttons on Razor, if you click them all within 1 second now, you only get zapped once. Whereas before it'd be like, you'd get Fork zapped like 3 times right away. But now I could do like, you know, Earth Spike, Finger, Mana Drain, and I only get zapped 1 time. Whereas before it'd be 3. So this is going to be a big difference. Mainly for like when Razor gets jumped on by like a lot of heroes and a lot of spells are used to kill him. Kind of a thing. A lot of single target spells are used to kill him. If he's getting attacked by like a lot of people, yeah, it matters too, obviously. Like, again, it'll still be fine for like farming and shit like that. It'll probably be fine. But it's going to definitely be a lot worse for those like crucial teamfight moments. So it's just going to be way worse as like doing damage to my... doing a crap load of reflective damage to my opponents during crucial teamfight moments. So you can't rely on it as much, but it will still be fine. Is probably what's going to happen. Yeah, he can't 1v5 a gank anymore. Without a doubt. It's not the same. Ricky, ooh, look at that nerf. Oh my god, the sleeping dart. It was 1,000 cast range though. Holy shit. Ricky fell off a little bit at the end of the tournament, but it was still used by almost every team here and there. So seeing the nerf is totally fine. He's got great base stats. The sleeping dart was really what made him really good, but losing this much attack range is going to change so much. Because now he kind of needs Aether Lens. People stopped buying the item. They just stopped buying Aether Lens on Ricky at the tournament because they thought like, we can get by without it, which they're right. But now you may have to buy the Aether Lens again. Teams were going like Brown Boots, Wand. They would skip Arcanes sometimes too, and then they would prioritize like, I saw Lotus Orbs towards the end. They would go Lotus Orb, that way it was hard to even dust them or root them. Probably also as a counter for like some of the other stuff in the game, but I didn't see many Aether Lens Rickies towards the end. Some people were advocating for like Blink Dagger instead, but they're gonna have to get Aether Lens now, I feel like, because you're gonna miss a lot of sleeping darts with this cast range difference. And now you're going to be 400 units closer to your opponents when you even throw the sleeping dart. So you're going to have to use blink strikes to retreat. Like, this is a really fucking big nerf to Ricky's support in the mid and late game without items. And you don't really farm that fast, so it's kind of hard to get items anyways. So my assumption is that Ricky's support is a bit dead, but can be used sometimes in the right circumstances. But I don't really expect to see him played as much now. DPC cooldown got increased as well. This feels like one of the bigger nerfs to me. It was very easy mode though, so it's probably needed. Seems like they don't want Ricky to be played like that anymore. Yeah, and that's again the other problem. If this is by far the best strength of him, and they want to buff other things, then they have to nerf this first. So I think this is a valid nerf. And yeah, it's going to result in him being dead, but what's going to happen is that late April? Was it late March or late April? Late March, they will buff Ricky's right-click abilities, and he will become a more viable core again, is what's going to happen. Late April? Okay. Rubik, Telekinesis. Ag Shard no longer provides reduced cooldown when used on self or allies. Okay. I forgot that it did that. It was very useful sometimes. But Rubik was definitely a top 6 support at the major. His win rate wasn't the best, so he wasn't like the best support, but he was really solid. His stats were excellent, and his laning was really, really good. And he transitioned pretty well, especially against the right lineups. So I think a little bit of a nerf here is totally fine. And level 10 talent, the landing damage decrease. Does anybody get this? Were people skilling this? I thought nobody used this. Everybody's using it. Okay. Which I guess makes sense, because Fade Bolt damage reduction is like really fucking mediocre. I skilled it. I just remember at TI, players were deliberately not taking the landing damage talent. So I even saw some players skill stats over it, because it's only damage dealt to the person lands in that AoE where they get stunned. Those people would take damage. So this is a baby nerf. You lift range creep and then you bolt him. It let you one shot a wave. I see. That makes sense. Yeah, that's valuable. That makes sense. I don't even think about that. Lift range creep, then bolt him. Range creep would die to the bolt alone, and then yeah, the damage together. Okay, so this means that you probably can't one shot away with it. I don't even know this was a thing. Thank you for the heads up. I would have been confused about this. You don't skill level 10. Yeah, you don't necessarily skill it right away, but like in mid-game situations where you want to push a little bit more rapidly, that sounds like a really good solution. So, cool. Sand King, didn't see him. Attack speed slow increase for Epicenter. Hell yeah, dude. I love attack speed decreasers. Big fan of this. Especially because it's going to make Shard a lot better. And the movement speed slow increase. This is actually a really big buff in my mind. Because again, it's not just Epicenter, it's also the Shard. So buying Shard on Sand King, yeeting yourself in, getting even just one Epicenter proc means movement slow and attack slow. 10 talent. Ooh, that's a big buff. 0.5 second stun duration increase. And then 15... These are really big buffs to the hero. Like these feel kind of big to me. Duration of this is 3 seconds. So if you proc your epicenter, the time that he got really broken, it's because when Shard gave you 20 damage extra per pulse. So you ended up just having a lot of burst damage. You got a lot of kills in the mid game that made him snowball hard. When Sand King's damage goes down a bit, he struggles, because he doesn't get as many pickoffs, and he's not as good of like a late game transition offlaner, because his ultimate, like, look at his win rate. It's really bad, actually. Like, really, really not good. So, they buffed the talent that people ignore sometimes, but it's even better now. So it puts your stun duration of Burrow Strike up to 2.7 instead of 2.5. So it's a very long duration stun. Sandstorm's damage per second is basically what everybody was getting before that, but that got nerfed now. A couple patches ago. Now it's down to... yeah, just 20 extra. And the Sandstorm radius is still like godlike. This is the problem. The radius of the Sandstorm is just so nice for it to be huge, because it's easier to avoid like sentries to like Sandstorm and let the Sandstorm kill creep waves that are pushing into your towers. It allows you to like defensively stand in front of buildings as an offlaner, which is usually not done enough. But they keep buffing this Caustic Finale damage talent. Makes me desperately want to build Ags. I want to build Ags, get the Burst Strike stun talent, and then Caustic Finale damage talent. That way when creeps die and heroes die, they do a shitload of damage. I mean, this one's kind of sick, really. 120 bonus damage. So if I jump into a fight with like an epicenter and I attack a creep one time and that creep dies, it does 250 damage. What is the slow duration? Oh, the slow's only on the guy you attack. The AoE explosion is plus 22% of the max health. So, I don't know. The Caustic Finale damage is kind of sick, really. It's much more... like, if you want to play Sand King, like, you jump in and do a shitload of AoE damage, Caustic Finale is definitely the way to go. That 15 talent. But if you want to rely on playing Sandstorm defense kind of shit, then that's the way to go. Epicenter base radius by 100. Wow, that one has a big win rate increase. Burst Strike cooldown 2 seconds. All right, let me look at the difference between the Epicenter base radius. This hero, again, probably still has a shit win rate, but it sounds fun to try to play him in different ways, because sometimes just like a different play style is all it takes for a hero to become better in win rate. So this is the kind of shit that I love. And then one of these, and then like, I don't know. The radius is the same. Oh, it does do incremental radius. The base is 500 though. So that's the difference. The more pulses you do, the bigger the radius gets, right? These are not exactly being placed linearly.
More than right.
Didn't exactly hit that much. It's like a little bit hard to see. I mean, it's a pretty big AoE though. Like, it really does hit a lot of the fight. Attack slows up. So the one I'm thinking about is the 20. But I feel like if you go some like Ags build, like not getting cooldown reduction on Burrow Strike is just wrong. It feels like. But if you get that base radius up, your ulti is just gonna be much bigger AoE. Like that's the whole fucking screen. And it starts at 600 and every pulse is 25, so. Distance for pulse is 600. Oh, every 700 units, yeah.
I go.
Oh, I was gonna say, I'm not moving enough is the point. Look how fast I travel. The other cool thing about Ags actually is increases your cast range a lot, right? So you could definitely like proc like watch how many epis I get. It was just one. Let me see. Just did one at the end. I'm gonna see if you can pulse twice. Or does it count like a teleport and therefore it's like, oh, you moved over 700, you know? Yeah, it just does the one at the end. So you can't, so you're basically only getting one, even with Ags you're only getting like one pulse. But, I mean, you're still adding a little damage. And the slow is good. The slow being up to 50% is really big. Like, it's actually really, really big. Because no matter what, like, I'm still getting this, like... Yeah, you're still getting a slow at the end. Which is going to make it a lot easier to, like... Plus the stun duration. Like, that's actually... That's probably the biggest thing, actually, of the stun duration increase, is that it's so much easier with this to actually burrow strike and epi somebody. Because before the problem was that if the stun's only 2.2 and your channel time of epicenter is 2, there's almost no overlap. Which means with 2.7, if they have like a Sanj or something, their status resistance is going to like fuck you. If the Sanj is like 10% or something, right? 12%. So losing 12% of a 2.2 stun is probably too much. So if I do 2.2 times 0.88, your stun duration is just under 2 seconds. That's with just a Sanj. If it's 20% times 0.8, your stun duration is only 1.76. But with this talent, 2.7 times 0.8, your stun duration is still 2.16. Sanj is actually incredible how much it gives you. Sanj Yasha, Sanj Kaya. That's a lot. It's like, so basically this 10 talent here on the left offsets Sanj Kaya and still allows you to like burrow strike into Epi if you want. That way, as long as like, if they don't have BKB, then you can at least like burrow into Epi and they can't stop you in time. Which seems like it would make your game a lot cleaner to me. Somebody talk about Meteor Hammer. I did think about Meteor Hammer, but it's like, yeah, you could do some like fucking weird Meteor Hammer build. I should actually switch. Already. I did. I have to switch. So like hypothetically, yeah, you could do some like some shit like this. I actually didn't feel that fast. Problem is that he has this like animation, actually. Maybe because I had to turn. Like, you could do some shit like this, but the problem is the stun duration of this is like not that high. So you wouldn't even, like, you're basically trading a meteor hammer for your epicenter, which isn't worth it. Can I cancel that faster? I think I can. I'm not canceling the animation is the problem. Maybe there's a faster way to do it. That felt a lot faster, right? Like, that was faster? Can you guys see?
Yes, indeed.
That felt faster to me.
As I thought.
Yeah, it felt slower. Maybe it's about the same.
So you say.
I don't think I canceled that one. Anyways, this isn't good. You'll need your talent to change it, but it's not worth it, guys. It's literally not worth it. It does 150 plus 60 times 6. So it's like a 500 damage nuke. It's not bad, but it's not worth buying this item. I mean, I guess you could kill towers with it. That's one upside. You could like pressure buildings better with like low burrow strike, more sandstorm. So you could kill creep waves easily, meteor hammer on buildings, but like you let the creep waves do the work most of the time. Is the thing. This isn't good. I'm certain this isn't good. Because in late game team fights, you're definitely not fucking using it. There's like no way that your team fight late game is going to be like, I'm team fighting. Like maybe it works like this, if you do like this. Like maybe something like this could work, but they're probably getting their BKBs off most of the time. Obviously the 10 talent would help. Like, but you basically have to epi first, which is kind of, I don't know, maybe there's value to it. But it has to be like this. It has to, oops. It has to be like that with epi first. If you don't do epi first, then it's going to be garbage. So that means if you ever do a fight like this, and then you do epi or something instead, you're not getting meteor hammer off right now. There's no fucking way. So it just feels redundant that like both items, both the meteor hammer and the epicenter are the same. That you want to use them in combination with the stun or before. And you don't get that many opportunities to use epi. So it's just, yeah, you don't need the AoE damage at all. I can easily clear creep wave with literally just caustic finale and any of my other skills. It's just redundant. Like, why would I bother to buy it when I could just do this, you know? It's just like, you really don't need the meteor hammer. And it gives you a little bit of stats, and it gives you regen, which is nice, but like, it's not good, I promise. Maybe, like I said, maybe in the late game it could work, but I'd much rather go like BKB or Ags or some shit. Just like do this shit. Anyways, for tower pushing, yes. For tower pushing, by all means, yes. It's good for tower pushing. But it feels, it's like close to making sense, but I feel like it's wrong. Oh no, I pressed back way too many times. Okay, that wasn't too bad. So anyways, fuck around with Sand King will be on my list. I don't think Meteor Hammer's the way, but maybe. If you're like struggling to teamfight at all, you could do a split push with Meteor Hammer type shit for sure. Does Arcane Blink improve Burrow Exit? It probably does. Alright, that gives me an idea. Let's try one more quick. Let's try Arcane Blink. I assume it increases epicenter channel time.
Some call me Crixalis. As I
Prepare for battle.
well and good.
So, basically, looks like it did. Yeah, that's definitely faster too. Okay. So, we could probably try... Oops. Alright, what am I doing? I'm doing hammer for a second, I think.
Of course.
So. Okay, so with hammer it could work. You need the cooldowns to be lowered. I had a turn there, so it's kind of bad. He's not stunned the whole time.
More and better.
They will BKB there, obviously. Maybe I do it the other way around. No, I can't. This is going to be better damage in the short term, but he pops BKB no matter what.
I go.
Not terrible. Debuff amp. Oh, I forgot it stuns longer, huh? That's why it's so good. Cast my reduction. It's Arcane Blink's actually really sick on this hero. Genuinely. Yeah. So your stun duration will be higher. It'll be like 3.25 or something. Is Arcane Blink really better than buying a Hex? You know? You're not wrong. It's 4,400. Yeah, it's basically, yeah, you can just buy a Hex typically. I'd say it's good though. It's bad on Burrow Strike. That part's useless because the animation's already pretty good. Guess the animation after is fine, but the animation beforehand is already fast. The stun duration increase is good. But yeah, you're only getting like 0.6 seconds or something, and then cast range for Epicenter is better. I guess if you're worried that like you always need to go in first, like this, it's better. This part's better. So if I am initiating with Burrow Strike, I mean you could argue the same with Hex, but if you're initiating with Burrow Strike and you want to channel Epicenter, which you always do, then Arcane Blink is better, I think. But if you're going for solo pickoffs, yeah, it's just better to have this instead. Because then I can just do like... This is just better. Agreed. But why not both? I did that wrong. I think it was... Now that's a combo right there. Buy all three. Anyways. You'd probably be better off just to buy like a Veil instead of a Hammer. The Veil is probably just better. Almost certainly. Blink Veil Ags? What about Veil Sand King? You need regen though. Vanguard Veil. Vanguard Ags is kind of bad. Yeah. Anyways, that's enough for Sinking. Shadow Shaman, Serpent Ward, Gold Bounty, Decrease, Slacks, Rejoice. Aethershock max distance increase, cool. And Serpent Ward attack range talent increased. Okay. Alright. Little baby buffs to the hero. Not really that big of an impact. Silencer picked at the major. Kind of fell off towards the end. Cooldown for Arcane Curses nerfed. 2 seconds all levels. This talent nerfed. Talent nerfed. Slacks sad. Slacks happy. Shlardar. Corrosive Haze cast range increased to 900 all levels. Okay. I'm into this. So you can much better cast this before jumping in. So as you're like approaching somebody with a blink dagger, you can better like run forward, cast Corrosive, and then like blink stun. Whereas before you kind of had to like walk up, see them, blink stun, then ulti. So this means your stun damage is going to be better in some cases. And also, your ability to just Corrosive Haze somebody without putting yourself in danger is much, much better. So, better to defend towers with, basically. If you're sitting on a tower and you're semi-tanky, you can ulti a guy and, like, continue sitting under the tower. And if you get dove, more people minus armor. It like, increases use cases on the hero a little bit, which I think is nice. And it also makes a non-blink build a little bit more viable. Not that that's ever going to probably happen, but it is more viable. All right, Slark. Pounce. Slark did see some TI play or some major play. 10-second late game cooldown. all fine. And the distance for the Ags. Yeah, basically Ags is the only viable way to play Sark, more or less. People did play him as a possible bat solution, but it just didn't work that good. It was okay, but I don't think it won that often. I didn't feel like I saw a lot of viability. I think EG played it one time. Maybe it was Beast Coast. I remember watching one team play where they won with it, but it was kind of mediocre. Snapfire, very popular at the major. Ag's shard damage from the kisses impact decreased by 50%. So this is actually kind of a big deal, because what it's going to do is, like before, you could basically just launch a Fire Snap cookie, and you could clear a whole creep wave with just that. And it was just a little bit too efficient. It's like the shard would pay for itself like almost right away. Not right away, but, you know, really quickly, because you didn't have to spend much mana to clear creep waves anymore. You didn't have to use 2 spells. You barely even had to get close to the creep wave. So it made it a little bit too safe for Snapfire to like push out waves. So making it a little bit harder to kill creep waves is going to be good. We can take a look at it's the damage scaling. So it's the impact damage is what it's referring to. Impact damage would be the kisses. So that means at level 1 Morty, it's going to do 80 less damage AoE. At level 2, it's going to do 120 less. Level 3, it's going to do 160 less. So I'd have to test it on creep waves, but my hunch is that you're going to probably have to use Cookie and Scatterblast again, which kind of gets rid of a lot of the value of the shard. You get hop distance, and you get the stun, and you get the explosion. I don't know. It's kind of a big nerf, because it's like one of the better things about Snap, but Snap is still going to be playable regardless. Her win rate's not great, but in pro games she was picked very often as a flex hero. She's a very, very good dual laner. Lil Shredder's excellent against a lot of heroes. Tombstone type shit, dewarding, Phoenix Egg. So she just has like some use cases that make her really good. The Ags was picked up some games to great effect. Like this might seem small, but this is kind of a potentially moderate nerf against core Snapfire, I would say. Maybe support as well. Could really hurt her. This actually could hurt her a lot if she can't clear creep waves as easy. Storm, BAT is buffed. Storm Spirit ability draft players unite. Most heroes have 1.7 BAT, so anything lower than that is better. It means Storm is going to scale better with attack speed items and be able to output his damage a little bit easier. So good for Storm. Means like literally his physical damage is going to be up, because he's going to be able to just attack more quickly. It's actually pretty big. So it's like it's a damage increase. Let's see. It's basically 0.1 divided by 1.7, right? 1 divided by 17. Is that correct? It's the difference between 1.6 divided by 1.7. So 0.1 divided by 1.7 is the DPS increase. So like a 6% damage increase for Storm Spirit from right clicking. If he just stands still and right click, he's short attack range. It doesn't matter because he has mobility, you know. But yeah, that's a damage increase right there. It's not bad. Templar Assassin base strength increased by 2. TA actually saw a decent amount of play at the major. I could definitely see her come out as like a good counter or a good solution against Lina, because she has minus armor, so, and lots of physical damage, so she can definitely take it to the Lina a bit. I think I could see that. But a little surprised to see her buffed. But I guess she wasn't picked all the time. It was just like a sometimes thing. Doesn't necessarily have mobility in AD. That's true. But still, a BAT reduction is only good when you pair it with like steroid abilities. 40 HP level 1, pretty big. Yeah, it's a pretty big buff. It definitely is. It's really helpful. She's not exactly like the best level 1 trader in lane, like safe lane, for example, because her mobility is a bit limited, but meld level 1 is definitely really good. So, seems decent. Tiny Tree Volley interval time is increased. Max channel time increase. I'm a little surprised to not see more of a nerf to Tiny, because he was very popular at the tournament still. Wasn't like top support, but as a 4, he was definitely one of the more valuable ones. And this is going to make it harder to transition into an Ags build in the mid game. So a big hurt for core Tiny, like mid Tiny, will be sad about this. Support Tinies, most of the time it didn't matter. Most Tinies didn't get Ags as a transition item because there wasn't really space for it in the game because they were closer. But against teams that are less close, I could definitely see a Tiny potentially being dissuaded from going Ags because of this nerf. But realistically, well, actually, how many less throws is it? Because before it's 0.4. We can just do 2.4 divided by 0.4, right? So it was 6 throws before. Now it's just 5. So you only throw 5 threes instead of 6. I don't know if that matters that much. It kind of matters in the sense that the slow from... What's the slow from Echo Saber? How many seconds? It is 0.8. So if you have an Echo Saber, it's still going to perma-slow. Because the intervals... Well, it depends how long that takes for the tree to get there, basically. And they're slightly separated depending on where the tree came from, I think. But there might be a better ability to get out of the Echo Saber slow with this interval. And on top of that... So you might be better able to get out of the Echo Saber slow. And but the fact that there's 5 trees instead of 6 is... It matters for some, like, void combo type shit, like Chronosphere, but generally the tiny tree volleys usually only matters for the first couple trees. You run out of trees, they force staff themselves out, that kind of thing. So a little dissuading might feel a lot weaker than it looks like on paper, but ultimately tiny is still going to be picked a lot next major without a doubt, because the repositioning power of tiny is still really broken and will always be kind of broken, unfortunately, which makes heroes like Tiny just way better than your Vengeful Spirit type heroes. Treant Protector, arguably most powerful support in the tournament, up there with Undying. Nerf to Living Armor, very necessary. The armor that it gave you and gave your cores in the mid game was just way too good, because it just gave like a free plate mail to them and basically meant that some like steroid right clicker with BKB like Lena became basically unmatchable in DPS if you had the tree armor on your team. Even pairing it with like Leshrac was really, really good too. So any of those like int type ranged heroes that needed some armor advantage really helped. Nature's Guise no longer provides heal and regen amp. This is kind of a big deal for the laning stage, because it allows tree to jump out, fight, and then pop into the tree, and you would get a bunch of extra regen from your Tango, your Mango, whatever else. It's going to mean that staying a lot, like basically, it's probably only something you're going to notice if you play tree often, but you're definitely going to fucking notice it. But your regen's not going to go nearly as far in the laning stage. So yeah, this might not seem like much, but it's going to matter a lot in the pro scene. Outside of the pro scene, not the most noticeable. It'll be a little bit easier to siege towers too, and keep in mind that because summons do less damage to towers, this will help to still make tree armor about as good against like swarm type stuff. But against like regular pushes like creep waves and catapults and shit, you're gonna maybe notice a little bit the armor difference. 2 less armor is gonna mean regular tower or regular creeps deal more damage to the tower relative to how much armor you would have previously been protecting it for. So yeah, no heal or regen amp. You might also on tree feel the need to buy tranquil boots more often as a result of this, because your regen is just going to be weaker. Even just like your passive regen is going to be weaker. So this could hurt tree in a couple different ways, but I don't think these nerfs look pretty appropriate to me. And we might just see less tree anyways, because Lena's got like 100 less attack speed anyways in late game. It'll still be popular still, because tree does ultimately protect her really well. All right, Tusk Ice Shards cast range decreased by a lot. Painful for Tusk supports, certainly, because it's going to be a little bit harder to get those crazy shard blocks, but not once you're like in range of normal spells, like 1400 is still a lot, so Tusk will be fine. And then Walrus Punch crit damage decreased by 50, making the Deso builds a little bit worse. Most Tusks are not that concerned about this, because most Tusks don't rely on Walrus Punch that much for burst damage. The Deso builds ended up being less popular in the pro games because you generally needed other items, Blink Dagger, BKB type stuff. We did see some Deso builds, but I don't really feel like they were super successful typically in close games. So this will just make Tusk a little bit more one-dimensional with the Deso build, at least early, and thus you will be able to snowball, no pun intended, a little bit weaker against weaker opponents. But it can still work. But losing 50% extra damage is kind of a lot. This could be like 150 less physical damage or something when you Walrus Punch people, which can matter. Maybe more than that. with Deso. Yeah, it's probably like 100. It's probably like 75 damage less. Once you get here, it's about the same anyways. Dog's barking, sorry. Undying, other top 2 support at the tournament. Decay steal duration decreased. Soul rep mana cost up by a lot. Most people left Tomb pretty low level, so... But this will definitely hurt Undying's mana pool. But most people level it up relatively fast. But yeah, laning stage-wise, you're going to be losing 30 to 20 extra more mana than you were previously. So it could matter. And with the nerf to mangoes anyways, the hero is just going to be weaker. You're not going to be able to just get by with just mango spam. It's going to be less of a mega bully support, pretty much. And then level 10 talent also nerfed. So core Undyings everywhere. Very sad. Very sad. But yeah, less able to like spam out creep waves as an Undying. Yeah, the max decay build was definitely the build that everybody did. They would max decay all the way. You don't like my annoying white lines? Okay. There you go. You're happy. I had to manually touch my webcam. Sorry that upset you. Warlock actually did see some play at the tournament. One of the games that got picked, I think it was LGD picked it in a group stage game, and it actually fucking worked. It was really cool. And then teams picked it later on, and it fucking sucked really bad. Golem damage increased. That's the golem attacking, I believe. So that's cool. And then Egg Scepter golem damage is also buffed. Damn, dude, these do a lot of fucking damage. I didn't realize the single target damage went up so much, but that's kind of bonkers. 170 physical damage versus 230, and then it doubles. So it's like 340. It's like a 50% damage increase. It's pretty monstrous. Didn't mean to pun again. I'm sorry. Egg Scepter second golem delayed increased from 0.2 to 0.5. All right, so this is also a big deal. It's basically a huge buff to Ags on Warlock. Because now your stun duration when you drop the Ags is going to be higher. You got owned by Warlock Ags? This, like, in the last 2 days? What's the stun duration? Doesn't even fucking say, dude. Wait, stunning for 1 second. Okay, so. Before, buying Ags would increase the stun duration from 1 to 1.2. Now it's 1 to 1.5. It's basically like, you could think of it, it's like 50% better. Your ulti is 50% better. 2 golems, 50% more damage. You get double the immolation, which is fine. I think they do stack. Oh, fuck. That was wrong. Need to not press back. Warlock. What's the immolation? It still does immolation, right? Yeah, it has permanent immolation. It doesn't say what the immolation damage is. There's too much information here. Hi, Evelyn. You barking? And then Fatal Bond's damage talent increased from 3 to 4. I actually have been, like, teams have done this as well. Oh, fuck, I did again. Teams have been playing with Upheaval, because it's actually a pretty good skill right now. Genuinely decent. Against right heroes as well. I mean, if you just channel this, the fact that it does damage now is nice. But if you channel this on people, it actually really does make it easier for your carry to run them down or whatever else. But, yeah. Same shit, Shadow Word spam, Fatal Bonds. So this will do up to 31% shared damage, which is really good. Fatal Bonds is good. But yeah, I could see an Axe Warlock being really effective now, with the damage being up like this. And yeah, still have to play Warlock, and there still have to not be a lot of summons to run you down, and you still want to like power heal your carry, but considering Mango's got nerfed, you could probably argue that Warlock is even better now with the position of the patch. So rather than like play some 5 that's going to bully the shit out of your opponents, like an Undying or a Tree, you can instead just say, I'm going to pick Warlock, and I'm going to trade with them and heal my carry and me, and use that to win my lane to go about even. So Warlock is probably just straight up better, but the Eggs build is not the most viable from a 5 position. So, and you probably shouldn't play Warlock as a 4 or another hero, because you just don't jump at all. If you like jumpers on your team, then Warlock is really a detriment to your team usually. Okay, Wind Ranger travel range increased for power shot. She's more powerful, and her focus fire damage reduction decreased again. So they're further making focus fire viable as like a with more item builds, because as this number gets closer to 0, it's more viable to not have to buy either Maelstrom or another proc type item. And that's currently Wind Ranger's core issue, is that as a core, you basically have to get Maelstrom because it does the most damage when you're focus firing somebody, and it also helps you farm. And then immediately after finishing your Maelstrom, you have to buy BKB because your hero fucking sucks against silences and stuns and roots. So if you don't have BKB, you can't focus fire kill a guy, which is why you bought the Maelstrom. And if you can't focus fire kill a guy with your BKB with your Maelstrom, then you're not doing enough AoE damage to farm rapidly, and you're not doing enough damage outside of focus fire to justify playing Wind Ranger. So you're very much focused on this Maelstrom BKB build. I tried the Diffusal Blade. We theory crafted it. It's cool in theory, but it's not that good, unfortunately. Maybe there's some situations where it could be good where you like focus fire a guy down and burn all of his mana pool. But once his mana pool runs out, your damage is pretty low. I don't know. And she does have talents that make her other skills good. Power shot damage reduction at 15 is decent. I think if they move that power shot damage talent to 10, then maybe she has more viability. Is what they need to do. The 10 talents both kind of suck right now. It says wind run radius is the way to go. Like wind run's really good, and I think the Ags is apparently quite good. Because then you're basically invisible using wind run. So maybe there's a way to play her where you don't buy BKB, you buy like Ags instead or something. That's a possibility. I could see that. Wow, the power shot damage reduction talent's way higher win rate. Lower picked. The problem, but if you go Ags, you want the wind run cooldown one, so that you can use it more often. But then the problem is that people buy Maelstroms and they silence you, and wind run just isn't important. So I don't know. There needs to be someone needs to like figure out an item build and a playstyle for the hero that unlocks her from this like Maelstrom build, and focus fire dealing slightly more damage is helpful. Like maybe you could get away just buying like a javelin and letting focus fire be that. Or maybe you can do some like utility gank build. Some like, and then rely on power shot multiple times to get kills or something. But I think the power shot damage reduction talent being at 15 kind of hurts. The upside to this is that if you get this talent, you're able to farm neutral creeps much, much faster because you lose 20% per unit. So, like, we're talking a big damage. If you're only losing 5% per unit. All right, it's spreadsheet time. Let's do it. We did it last time, maybe with this talent. But let's look at it, because we got to figure out some viability here. Because right now it just doesn't seem that good. 450 damage is where we start in both cases. And this one is going to be 20%. And this one is going to be 5%. Okay. .8
Hooray!
equals times 0.95. Okay, and then if we do equals sum, technically these numbers are kind of wrong, but whatever. So it's a pretty big damage increase, especially if we're talking about creep waves. So this is technically 9 units, not 8. It should be, the number 1 should start at where the 20 is, but whatever. So if you're hitting 9 units, I mean, look at the damage difference between these two. It is not uncommon to shoot a hero through a creep wave, you know? Like, look at this difference. If you blast through a creep wave and hit a hero, you do 360 damage instead of 184. This talent, I think, I can see why the win rate is good. Because power shot always feels weak unless you're hitting somebody directly in the face with it, because you're hitting them for 450. But as soon as there's any creep wave, it feels bad. But this talent would legitimately make it feel good all the time. You think it's great and -3 wind run is necessary. But my argument is like there should be some item build that makes -3 wind run maybe less necessary. I get that the Ags build is good, especially if you go for like some Maelstrom focus fire build. And being able to slow and blind your opponents is really good. And it makes you invisible. That's not broken by attacking or casting spells. Sure. But then all of your fucking damage is about focus fire is the problem. At that point, you're only applying stuns. Oops, sorry, I should have closed this. you're only applying shackle shot stuns and focus fire damage. Those are your only damage. But if you get that power shot damage reduction talent, you can do a lot of damage every 9 seconds, which is not really that long of a cooldown, is what I'm arguing for. And that sounds kind of good to me. If I'm like a support, I would much rather get power shot damage reduction, for example. Because then I can basically just fucking shoot power shots from 3,000 range every 9 seconds. And maybe there's even some viability for some fucking Octarine Wind Ranger, genuinely. Some like, it's only good when you get Octarine. The Aether Lens is kind of shit and unnecessary. It's actually really bad. The Aether Lens sucks. But cooldown reduction is good. Lower the power shot range, cooldown, lower the shackle shot cooldown. That sounds good to me. But compared to other supports, it's just worse, right? But there's got to be some like item build to make it better. Focus fire damage reduction at 20 makes her have more damage too. Then she's only losing 9% damage. So at 20 and on, like Daedalus is amazing. Wind Run cannot be dispelled at 25. Very necessary, but they probably have MKBs anyways. Focus fire advanced kills cooldown. So I don't really like the 25 talents anymore. Like she doesn't transition to late game as good as she used to, like mega snowballing. So I don't know. Maybe I think like this talent is just the reason these numbers are important, guys, is for farming basically. Is that if you are farming on this hero, which you will, by the time you hit 15 and you're hitting creeps, like this is just so many more neutrals killed. Like imagine clearing a stack with power shot. Like you're doing so much more damage. 3,300 damage to 9 units versus 1948. Like you're actually going to clear those in like 4 power shots instead of like 10, which means that you can't jungle camps and you can't jungle camps rapidly and you can't push creep waves as rapidly. Like I genuinely feel like this 15 talent to the left changes her late game because her farm speed goes up a lot. That's what changes it. Because the only way that Wind Ranger would beat other heroes in the late game is by outganking them. Because you're not going to outfarm them. If nothing's happening on the map, they will always beat you. So you have to kill them with blink daggers and focus fire and shit like that. But with the power shot damage reduction, you can probably push creep waves very safely and kill almost all of them. And probably you could even go like spell amp shit. Maybe. It's probably not good. You've got so much attack speed here, it'd be bad to go spell amp when you can instead go raw damage. Versus some like Kaya Sange thing. Maybe Kaya Sange could work. I don't know. Maybe some like Witchblade build could work. I don't know. Get to 15. But I just don't like the one-dimensional way that you have to play the hero right now. You have to go Maelstrom, basically. The Diffusal Blade, it has potential, but it's much better on Clinks. So much better on Clinks. I just don't want to have to fucking buy Maelstrom on this hero for the rest of my life, you know? I want to be able to get something else. And maybe the Old Veil. I miss the Old Veil, dude. The armor, the power shot damage amp, the regen gave me everything I wanted. I don't know, maybe some like Greaves Wind Ranger build makes sense, you know? Some shit like that. Offlane Wind Ranger with Mech Rush. It could work. Actually could work. Get her tanky, Wind Run feels better. Witchblade is kind of cool in theory, but it's probably not that good. Your focus fire would be a lot weaker, but maybe if you go like Phase Witchblade or some shit. You're lacking HP, you kind of need Falcon Blade then. Falcon Blade, Phase, Witchblade, Wind Ranger. I don't fucking know. Meteor Hammer actually potentially viable on Wind Ranger for sure. For a side laner, definitely viable, I think. You could potentially go like Meteor Hammer into Greaves or some shit. It could work. You'd probably need a Force Staff or a BKB immediately afterwards. Or maybe just like Mech Meteor BKB or Meteor BKB. But yeah, offlane Meteor Hammer is a possibility. You just buy Ring of Health really quick. Get your crown, finish your Perseverance, power shot, push creep waves. Lens or bust? No, I don't think so. All right, I'll write these down. 3 Wind Ranger with Meteor or Mech Greaves. Because pairing survivability on Wind Ranger is kind of cool. Like, like her third skill is her best skill, arguably. In ability draft it is, at least. Or was. We're talking about Wind Ranger builds that aren't Maelstrom. So, Mech or Meteor Hammer, maybe. Or 2 Wind Ranger with Witchblade, maybe? That's probably not good. Meteor Hammer sounds so much better, frankly. Because you can pretty easily do Shackle into Meteor Hammer. I feel like it has to be Meteor Hammer, TBH. Just so much more multi-dimensional. Push towers, nuke creep waves, regen and stats, combos with Shackle Shot into a follow-up stun, which is a lot of damage, with Power Shot afterwards. Like Land Shackle, Meteor Hammer, Power Shot. That guy takes like 1,000 damage. 60 times 6, 360, 500. So yeah, it's like 900 damage. 900 damage, low impact. You don't even have to use Wind Run necessarily, and you can also focus fire on top of that for shit damage. But still, slap a javelin on this baby, and your focus fire feels less garbage. Because this is 7 magic damage per attack on average. So makes your focus fire better. Whereas Claymore, maybe it's just not worth buying javelins anymore. Claymore's 20 damage. You're losing 25%. So Claymore is 15 damage per attack. All right, just don't buy javelin anymore, guys. It's not worth it. It's legitimately not worth it, I don't think. Like, every time they lower focus fire, what we're basically doing is we're trading... We are trading damage for attack speed, right? So if I'm getting 350 attack speed and I'm losing 25 damage reduction, that shit's... I can probably just buy damage now. Like, you can probably just go like some fucking Crystallis shit. Factually. Lasts for 20 seconds. You could probably buy Orchid. Blade Mail still counter? Yeah, sure. MKB Rush is actually not as good as it used to be, I don't think. Because again, the numbers keep coming down. I did it the other day when I played it, but when I played her. So you are doing 80% chance to deal 70. So you're losing 20% of that 70 per attack. It's basically 0.8. It's 7 times 8 is what it is. So it's like 56 damage per attack. So this item does 56 magic per attack and 40 physical per attack, but the attack damage gets reduced to 30. So it's like 30 physical and 56 magic for 5,000 gold. But if you rush a fucking rapier on this hero, you're only losing 25% of that damage. Daedalus, you would lose 25% of the 88. So it's like, what, 66 or something? Yeah. But it gets crit. So Daedalus is factually just way more damage. Way more. Well, this gives you 45 attack speed, I suppose. But eventually you get attack speed capped from Focus Fire. Not right away. Nullifier? Nullifier is probably not worth rushing. It's a good late game item, but it's not a very good early game item because the raw stats on it are not that incredible. I can't find it. I literally can't find it. Let's go the old-fashioned way. Purple? Where is it? Oh, it's right there. Okay. 75 damage, 10 armor, 6 health. And it's not that expensive, frankly. It did get lowered in cost. But there's better items. You don't, unless you need to dispel your target, it's just not worth it. If you're playing against like a Necrophos or something, sure. You could justify rushing Nullifier. But, or like an Ember or someone that you really want to dispel the target. But otherwise I wouldn't justify it probably. But it'd be cool to go like Helm of Iron Will to stabilize your armor and regen and then build a fast Nullifier. But I don't think it's probably viable. Yeah, Orchid, like we said before, Orchid is possible. You get... It's only 30 damage. It doesn't give you int anymore, which is kind of a bummer. But the Soulburn could be good. The Silence could be good. Wind Run in, Orchid. It would protect you against being silenced. I think Orchid has viability possibilities. I think Orchid would be better than Witchblade, almost certainly. Like, pretty much for sure better than Witchblade. Witchblade just doesn't give you that much. It doesn't work with Focus Fire well. Orchid would be much better. This would give you mana regen too. So Windrunner mid with Orchid or Meteor Hammer. It's just got to be better to go Orchid. There's just like no fucking doubt in my mind that it would be better. You could go like Orchid into... Oh, this is Mage Slayer upgrade. You could Bloodthorn upgrade if you really wanted to. But Mage Slayer is actually pretty sick as an item for an interior mid. Like, actually could be an option. Because it's 30 damage. 20 damage, 10 int, 20 attack speed, mana regen. You don't farm fast with it, though. But if you're rumbling a lot, it could be good. If you paired it with, like, a Falcon Blade or something. That's probably too much mana regen. Pair Mage Slayer with some, like, survivability HP item. It could be good. If you want, like, Mage Slayer or Mech, that could be really good. So I could see, like, Mage Slayer for offlane, maybe. Or Mage Slayer. If you're against some like Zeus or high magic burst hero, Mage Slayer would be good. Goodish. But yeah, probably Orchid if you're mid. Windranger mid Orchid is probably the way to go. It's almost certainly going to be the best. You spam your spells, you never run out of mana. You can buy like a Wraith Band or something to solve some of your armor problems. Falcon Blade's probably overkill. You could probably go like Orchid BKB or something. The only downside is that now we're running into like HP problems where you need some like stat item that gives you HP but also gives you raw damage, and that's not common. There aren't a lot of items that give you HP and damage unless you're buying them in stat form, but they're not like high enough in damage output typically. Like Scotty and stuff, I wouldn't want to buy Scotty on Windranger because I want more raw damage to make use of Focus Fire. Falcon Blade is the only one, yeah. That's like the only HP and damage item that's good. So maybe still buy Falcon Blade, but it feels like too much mana regen. With Orchid, that'd be like 5 mana regen. Doesn't that feel overkill? It's only 1,000, I guess, but Falcon Orchid, it's probably fine. Yeah, BKB is a good example. HP and damage. Probably just buy BKB. Mage Slayer is too much of a meme. It's good some games. I think teams have a good balance of the item. Anyways, so I think that's enough about Windranger. I think the power shot damage reduction talent is probably the way to like get the hero out of her current hole. But there are some games where Windrun cooldown is really good. This says Windrun radius is the way. I could justify it. I feel like getting this around 10. Radius goes from 325 to 550, which is a lot. So it actually slow them by 30% for 6 seconds. Could be really good. Use it to land your shackles. Okay. Winter Wyvern now applies a dispel to the target. Okay, so that hard counters Windranger. Who else does that beat? Ember Spirit type heroes. Are there any other heroes that use a spell that can be dispelled that Winter's Curse would then allow you to kill? Ghost Scepter? Oh, okay, good call, good call. Yeah, Necro. Slark? No, it doesn't beat Slark. Why Slark? Omni, you can't dispel Heavenly Grace, can you? Not Visage. Sven, yeah, you could argue Sven. It will remove Warcry. The Ghost Scepter is the best point, though. You can dispel Heavenly. Okay, yeah, would be great against that. Muerta cannot be dispelled. Her ulti does not get dispelled. Voodoo Restoration. This is going to be buffed, actually. So, okay. All right, well, I gotta try Witch Doctor with Max Voodoo again. It did get played at the Major one game. They did the Witch Doctor IO lane. It won. It was a little countered by the AA, but it was cool. But yeah, this I tried that one Witch Doctor game where I went 1-4-1, and I had a really good game, and I just never did it again. So I need to do this more. Witch Doctor, Max, Heal, 1-4-1. Build support. As a support, I think it has some potential. And then you just go like Greaves build. Greaves got a little nerfed, of course, but you can dispel GA, yes. Level 20 Malik burst damage talent increased. Let me just check the win rates of these.
By my bones.
It has been
The
buffed.
order of
So a
the
little bit of a
rising
late
gale
game
will
buff to
live
the hero.
again.
So this would mean 65% of the damage that is dealt to somebody will be buffed. So this will help offset some of the heal stuff and the survivability stuff that people are thick with late game. So seems good to have that removed, or to have that as an option. Both of these talents kind of feel mediocre to me, I guess, but maybe I'm just being dumb. I haven't seen a Witch Doctor by Ags in forever, though, I gotta say. Ags gives True Strike and bounces. Shard? Oh yeah, that would work for your Shard as well. It would make them bounce. That's kind of cool, I guess. If you have Ags with Shard, like, I can't imagine that wouldn't be good. Alright, that's all the heroes. Bug fixes. Disable the ability to join matchmaking when the dev flag is enabled. Oh, cool. This allowed third-party tools to modify elements of the UI in abusable ways. Sounds like cheat fixes. Disabled some additional ways to access someone's profile during the picking phase. Cool. They did this basically to help stop people who like look at people's profiles and ban heroes. A lot of people use this to like say like try to find Smurfs on the enemy team, and they say, oh, this guy's winning with Brood and Meeple, let's ban them. The reality is you're gonna fucking lose that guy no matter what hero he's playing. He's just picking those heroes because he can end the game like 5 to 10 minutes faster with those heroes. So allowing people to have a behavior of trying to like win a game by target banning people's accounts, I think is fucking annoying. And really, I mean, sure, like if some guy's only good at one hero, you feel justified in banning it. But like, bro, just let people like play what they want to play generally, and you can pick and draft based on what people are picking against you. You know, I think that's a better way to play Dota, and it makes you less paranoid as well because you're not always thinking like, oh, I'm losing because there's a Smurf. Like, sure, I identify Smurfs sometimes, but half the time I check to see if someone's a Smurf, they're not a Smurf. So, anyways, fix an issue where saved replays are not being correctly populated with match details. Okay. Bug where heroes sometimes be missing their models materials until you reconnect to the game. Okay. Bug where Refresher Orb wouldn't go on cooldown when Refresher Shard was used. Okay. Tree Dance would fail to cast at very long cast ranges. Okay. Lifesteal would miss his first infested attack on enemies if cast at certain ranges. Oh, that makes sense. Because it was probably like you're casting at long range, and in that moment where you cast it, you start attacking, but because you're too far away, you would miss. That makes sense. Hard to find that one, but somebody figured it out. That's cool. John and Geminate are now castable while on break, but not when silenced. So when you're broken, you can cast them, but if you're silenced, you can't. And the behavior is now consistent. So if you now if a yeah, because it's basically like a spell that you can choose to use. It doesn't cost mana to use it, but you can choose when to use it. So it shouldn't be a break because those are passives. But now if you like silence a bounty hunter, he's not gonna like fuck you up. So if he throws a shuriken at you with Ags, you should silence him because then maybe his Janata won't work. Kind of a cool thing. Good thing to know. You just lower Weaver's damage by silencing him as well, which is good. Bug where Tusk Snowball part effects would not be destroyed if the snowball failed to launch. Okay. Hooray. Can't channel Fiend's Gate while inside a snowball. Okay, that's fair. Heroes that are the caster of the snowball are now rooted in addition to prevent status effects. What does that mean? Heroes that are the caster of a snowball in addition to the previous stat effects. Okay. So if you snowball somebody who has Lotus Orb, and that person gets hit by the snowball and casts snowball themselves, the heroes that are caster of the snowball, they are now rooted in addition. So them being rooted means this is causing some particle effect issues when certain movement abilities. This is about particles. All right. Well, I spent way too much thought on this. Fixed a bug where Cuddles Illuminate. There are a lot of bugs with Tusk, though, it seems like, with his snowball and stuff like that. Bug where Cuddles Illuminate with Spear Form heal on allies will not be amplified by his healing amp. Oh, hopefully that wasn't that big of a deal. Because it could mean a really big deal. I don't want to click. Primal Beast Pulverize could occasionally cause heroes to be stuck to him indefinitely if a hard dispel occurred during the vertical motion from another spell, such as Earth Spike. Wow, that sounds Hilarious, but also very unfortunate. Ice Shard and Sven's God Strength tooltips not displaying the reduced cooldown values if the appropriate talents are chosen. Oh, nice. I did notice there's a lot of things like this, so I'm glad they're fixing. There haven't been as many lately, but this is better. Fix missing cooldown indicators. Charge-based abilities, including abilities that have only charges with a corresponding talent or ags. So, good. Fixing sloppy stuff. Spirit Vessel heal not counting towards healing in post-game. Awesome. Missing particle and sound effects when Scream of Pain was cast without any targets in range. Okay. So she can have fun by herself now. In-game roles are correctly shown for players who are disconnected. Heavenly Grace being disabled by break. I did not know that. Troll Warlord could override Battle Trance's forward attack commands by issuing Whirling Axe cast commands outside of cast range. Casting this in this manner will now cast them in that direction. I didn't know there was that bug. That's cool. Fix some cases where chat messages such as disconnect and reconnect were not being shown if the player was muted. Oh yeah. That actually matters for like pro games sometimes too. If I'm not mistaken. Added in winning games to gem description for unlocking Arcana, secondary styles for Quap and Void. Oh, now you know. Now they know. Text only change. Victories have always been required for Arcana progress for these two heroes. Well, at least people don't have to be confused now. Additional information and glyphs tool tip. Don't care. For abilities that can target invulnerable units and dispel certain invulnerability states, Cyclone, etc. Added alt plus tooltips specify that they can target invulnerable units. This would be like Nullifier, basically. Fortune's End on Oracle, which you can use on people that are Yulesed. Giftable after unbundling to match collectors. 1 talent upgrade UI is now key bindable under advanced key bindings. Okay, this is kind of nice. This is like where people click to level up the talents. Pro players will like this because for any time that you're skilling stats, you can do it faster this way rather than having to do a mouse click. But so yeah, if people want to do it, they can. I probably don't give a shit personally, but I guess, do I always click on level? No, I don't. I do control plus hotkey a lot, but I guess I mouse click it sometimes if I'm not sure which one I want to pick yet. If I like want to weigh talents versus other stuff, I click. But that's kind of like a situational thing for me, so I don't think I really care. I'd rather save the keyboard space. Disable the ability to join matchmaking when death flag is enabled. Isn't this the same thing? Yes. They just wanted to remind everybody that they're cracking down on cheating. Disable some additional ways to access profile during pay. Okay, they copy pasted. Clicking on enemies via the top bar during a game will show their last seen location and inventory state. What? This actually is the biggest change to the game. This is really good for bad players, dude. Like, really good for bad players. Like me. I am so fucking bad at looking around the map, number one. I'm so bad at looking around the map and collecting this information. I like just focus on my fucking lane. So what this tells me is now I could be like, this could be a, I'm farming the jungle and I haven't clicked on Draw Ranger for 30 minutes and be like, what items does she have? And I have to like watch the map and wait until she shows to click on her. Last seen location and inventory state. Bro, this is such a buff to me, personally. This was like such a fucking buff to me. Because I am bad at looking at the minimap. Crutch or quality of life? It's a crutch. It's genuinely a crutch. This is a crutch, guys. I'm crutching on this big time. In the same vein, though, should I be punished because I have poor focus, guys? If I'm good at other parts of the game? Yes, I should be. But I will certainly use this. So I can now just click on heroes on the bar and see their last seen location just on the map. Can't I just cheat? Can somebody just make a cheat with this, basically? I guess it's kind of irrelevant, right? Because I'm thinking, like, if I wasn't paying it, let's say I just, my mini map was blocked physically for like 45 seconds and then it became unblocked. I could click that to like get a general view where people were and where they might be, right? I could use it to figure that out. But I could also just fucking pay attention. Paying attention is better. It's quicker. And if I'm clicking up here, I have to figure out where people are and I have to spend brain power on that. So it's kind of a negative, but arguably, like if somebody's really good at watching the map and they pay attention to this shit, they don't have to spend time on it because they already spent time on it. Now I'm going to be backloading me spending time on it. But it's really good for me personally and my lack of focus on the minimap. Easily could use a third-party app that warns you what items heroes have. Sure. Like basically because the moment anybody ever shows you, you know what items they have. But like it's going to help me. This is literally going to change my game a lot. If I get used to using it, it's going to change my game a lot. Keep in mind that something like this already kind of existed though. For some of the Team Liquid players use it. I know Kyle uses it. It's this like thing where at the bottom of my screen, it's always my hero no matter what. And when I click on an enemy hero, this thing slides out from the right or the left and it shows you their items and their basic hero info, and it just stays up. So I can continue last hitting and stuff, and I can look to see what their HP and mana are right here. So it's kind of similar to that in that it allows you to gather information while doing other stuff, whereas before the average player just can only see one thing at a time. Good for Aegis Timer? Yeah, it's a good example. So it sounds kind of similar to that. I'm definitely going to use this though. Unit query is very buggy. Yeah, very few people use it, I think. It's used by like a tiny percentage of the player base. Does it trigger illusion heroes? What do you mean? No new info is revealed by this change. That means you have to click it in a time frame to access the info. That's not exactly true, is it not? Because if I'm not taking the time and the screen movement to gather that information, do I deserve to have this information? And I would say all pro players would say no, without a fucking doubt. I'm excited to have this because it helps cover some of my gaming weaknesses that really affect me here. This is good for me, but I guarantee you that almost all pros dislike this, without a doubt. Because if they already do this hard work and are good at gathering this information, and that's one of the things that it takes for them to be a top player, they're going to be upset that people that don't have that skill don't have to rely on that skill. I'm not saying that they're right, but that's the argument. Last known location is no longer working because it was revealing illusion heroes. Oh, so you could use it to like figure out. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, so you could use it to figure out which hero was an illusion. Like if there's a bunch of illusions here and you have vision of this illusion over here, you can use it to figure out that group, that illusion in this group over here is correct. I see. That makes sense. The last position sounds fucked. That's the craziest thing. This one, like off the top of my head, sounds the most dangerous. I'm happy about inventory state though. I like this. This is good for me because I'm bad at like looking around the map, and it's good to know to check in sometimes to be like, what level is this hero? What items do they have? How close are they to Battle Fury? Things like that are helpful. Is he building Shadow Blade? Shit like that. Last seen location sounds potentially busted. I'm not going to play Ability Arena today. Sorry. Anyways, let's move on. Updated tooltips. Nightmare. Boar Poison. Wild Axes. Dispel Magic. Great. And that is the end of the patch. So, let me read. That was a pretty small one. I took my sweet ass time and that only took 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'm going to go read the website really quick to see if I'm missing anything, because you guys talked about the next patch, but obviously it's not on this website. This is actually the same link I just opened. What if I close this?